This program deals with devil worship and satanic beliefs. It contains explicit scenes and descriptions of violent crimes and rituals.
Americans are asking, who attacked our country?
You have declared a subliminal jihad against the United States. Can you tell us why?
Everything pertaining to what's happening has never come to the surface. The world will never know the true facts of what occurred, my motives.
And night fell on a different world.
And Iblis is thinking, I should be getting this position, not Adam, and this guy is created from dirt.
And how does the army feel about you being head of the Temple of Set?
And the conspiracy theorists can say what they will, but
I want you to give me power over Adam, and I want you to give me soldiers and minions and all of these things.
The people have so much to gain and have such an ulterior motive for putting me in a position I'm in. We'll never let the true facts come aboard to the world.
And I want you to be able to give me the ability to whisper into the hearts of mankind.
And who was the Grotto leader? Don't remember his name. You don't remember the name of a person who involved you in murder?
Now, these people are in very high positions, yes.
Ooh, welcome back to Subliminal Jihad, episode 350. Ooh, milestone.
Whoa.
Right on. I'm your co-host, Dimitri.
I'm Khaled.
And
Remember
today,
when, the numbers used to mean something.
I know,
when
right?
We were like, oh, it's episode 13. We got to do something really special.
Yeah.
And now,
Yeah.
it's just we accidentally just did episode 350.
It's actually a double milestone today because not only is
Yeah.
it episode 350, but it's also Grotto of Truth Q&A XL. That's right. We're not abandoning the Roman numerals. That means 40 for those who don't know. This is the 40th Grotto Q&A from our Patreon questioners in the Discord.
Yeah. And I think actually it's a triple milestone because we may well finish the last questions of 2022. Well, actually, now looking at it, we probably won't. It seems like those. We'll see.
We'll see.
Some of them, maybe we can.
Well, some of them have I feel like kind of like direct answers. We might kind of punt because they might be some future upcoming episodes, etc.
Yeah.
I think there's about 9 until we get to the end of 2022, and into the pivotal year of 2023, which does feel like a million years ago, as do kind of every year before 2024 kind of does feel like a strange, like certain vibes have deteriorated.
Yeah.
And
these questions were asked before I had my PhD. Soon we're gonna get into post PhD questions.
I know, that's exciting.
We'll slowly follow my, I guess they'll sort of trickle out with my academic career. Honestly, people stop asking them once they realize how slow we are in answering them. But hopefully, when we do finish, they'll pick up again. When we actually catch up with the present.
Right.
The pace will pick up again.
The rate of questions did start, I think, to slow around 2023. So we'll probably go through them a little faster, and then there will be that day, that bright day ahead down the road when we actually catch up and people can ask new questions and have them answered the next month, just like how back it was
really,
in
like
2021.
Those first couple of questions, that people were so lucky because they got almost immediate answers. But as time went on,
people can call it
geometric curves.
We have our call-in shows now too, so people
those
can,
with urgent questions, definitely,
exactly.
They can get them answered.
Yeah.
We even have the chat now.
We have the chat,
questions. They're coming in the chat, in the midst of episodes. Things have changed.
Yeah.
We've been on quite a journey.
It's true. Yeah, we're building out the platforms.
It's a long, strange trip.
Exactly. Yeah. The subliminal resistance is building itself. It is in the mosque building phase, but
we're in the mosque building phase. Yeah.
So-called mosques have been built.
But,
Nice comment here from the chat. The last episode really exposed me to how bad Genesis Peorage was. I just enjoyed Throbbing Gristle for what it was. Thanks for the research and education. You're very welcome. People should go check out Secret Machine Music 9, where actually that kind of story.
And in fact, we didn't even really go as far as we could because we had answered that question previously.
Well, on a previous Q&A.
Kind of were focusing more, on a previous Q&A. So we were focusing more on the general kind of acid house context. But that was really kind of the tip of the iceberg. Maybe not just the tip. Maybe a little bit down the iceberg, but
Right. I would actually encourage people, if you want more kind of evidence purely on Genesis P-Orridge kind of being a sicko and like not a good person, then you can go back. I think I forget the number of the Q&A. On Instagram, I think you can find like a portrait of Genesis P-Orridge under. I think it was like in 2023, maybe late 2023, when we answered like, is Genesis P-Orridge sus, or something, and we came back in the strong affirmative, which a few people didn't like our commenter here in the chat. They just enjoyed Throbbing Gristle for what it was, and I think a lot of people do. I think some of their music is like interesting, like some of Psychic. Did they put out some decent acid house tracks in the late 80s? Sure. Is Godstar catchy? Did it deserve to be on the indie charts? Sure. But at the same time, a few highlights like that is kind of a little bit canceled out by the disingenuous like sicko-ness of and manipulative like dark nature of the overall oeuvre, and that's what we're here for, to kill your idols, as the post-punks would say. Spiritually, metaphorically.
Or if you're really interested, get that book, Art, Sex, Music, by Kosi Fanny Tutti, because like it's all in there. Like and this is someone who you kind of have to trust. I mean, you could take Jen's word on it that like whatever sells books, or whatever, but it seems pretty to me it seems truthful, and this is someone who knew Jen pretty well,
right? And I think in that past Q&A we read like most of that Pop Matters essay from 2019. There's a couple great sections in it near the end that are really calling out the music media, including such luminaries as Simon Reynolds, like the great music journalist whose son has not benefited from his reputation at all in his Nepo media career. But it was like he is called out by that author by name for being somebody that like rehabilitated and smoothed over all the rough edges of Genesis's career, and just held them up as like somebody who stood for love and open expression and free speech, and all that and really like how Genesis was so good at weaponizing irony and doing this kind of like, well, we're actually an anti-cult. Like, we just wear Jim Jones and Charles Manson t-shirts and Nazi uniforms and do blood, sex, magic rituals to mock like real cults, which means we're like enlightened. It's very Satanic Temple, right? Like, we're just enlightened rationalists, and like, they're the crazies, like the Tories are the crazies. But like, both sides can be sickos. That's I think our big takeaway from the Satanic Panic is that what if both sides were sickos, right? What if both sides were satanic? You know what I mean?
What
like,
if both sides
it's
were
like
sickos?
not,
yeah,
exactly. Instead of the common received knowledge is that like neither side is satanic. The fake Christians are just Christian, and the Satanists are good guys, anyways, that was a fun episode. But I think whatever Q&A that was, you can go on the collections on our Patreon site and see all of them listed out, all the Q&As. So definitely go check that out. But I guess, maybe we'll get into today's questions. We have quite a few of them. Actually, the first one's pretty easy. I can answer it quickly. This is from Alex Krychek. I've been rewatching the X-Files, so LOL.
Yeah.
I get that.
Yeah.
The notorious goon.
Those first episodes with Alex Krychek are so good. Dwayne Barry.
Oh yeah. Every time he pops up, it's so insane. Like in like throughout the subsequent seasons, like you never know when he's gonna pop up in the weirdest context.
Like I feel like the actor was like, I'm not doing this anymore after a certain point, because like his role just got like so absurd. Yeah. Everyone's role got like ridiculous. Yeah. Like no show should go on for that long.
I'm in season 6 right now, and you can feel like the various strains after the movie.
That's when it starts to really suck, because they move to LA.
Right,
like,
right.
That's when you
the
lose
fogginess.
The Toronto-iness.
Yeah, the Vancouver, Vancouver nature, where it looks like Twin Peaks.
Yeah, aspect Canada.
Yeah, it's sad.
But
I'm probably gonna stop after 6 because
really
I don't want to watch Robert
That's
Patrick.
kind of where it jumps the shark. Yeah, I mean. Yeah, I think that's sort of the death knell. Even season 5 is a little bit like, but 1 through 4,
1 through
pretty
4 is
solid.
great.
I mean, there's like your occasional shitty episode, but that is like part of the charm.
Yeah, yeah.
Like it still like is essentially the X-Files, but then like season 5 is like where it kind of is like
Mulder stops
starting
believing
to-
because he finds out about Project Bluebeam and just completely abandons all belief in like paranormal stuff and gets mad.
in Alien specifically,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
not in anything else.
Right,
like,
right.
Yes.
Yeah.
That only lasts for a short amount of time. But,
right.
yeah.
But yeah.
I remember I had the X-Files like DVD box sets, which were so overpriced when I bought them because they were like some of the first like TV DVD box sets, and no one knew like they're like, oh, well maybe they should cost as much as like 5 movies. It's like, well, if like a movie is like a $20 DVD, then like maybe these should be like like $80.
Yeah, they were incredibly expensive.
Like, ridiculous. Yeah.
It sucks. Now you can
and
just
my
get them anywhere.
season 5 box set like came with like a duplicate of the second to last disc, and didn't have the last disc. So those are the episodes of the X-Files that I know the least well.
Wow.
Wow. Yeah.
Well, I'll let you know when I eventually get to it, but I feel like it's not. I guess that's when Mulder
you already watched it
leaves,
if you're
right?
on 6. Yeah, that's when
Okay,
Mulder
5,
kind of
5.
walks through that room with all those alien bodies, and he realizes it's like Project Bluebeam.
Right. Yeah.
Anyway,
but anyways,
let's
from
actually finish
Alex
Twitch.
Krychek, tangential
Okay.
SJ question from Halloween 2022. What was the psych rock song in part 2 of the cybernetic episodes? Also, have you or would you ever consider putting track IDs in show notes, usually into the accompanying music? Thank you. And so far, most of it has been new to me. Thanks in advance. Yes, it's something I do sometimes, and then I've also been using a lot more original stuff that I've made in these public episodes, so that we own the rights to it. We don't get copyright struck. So sadly, if you've noticed a little bit less of like DJ'd needle drops from other artists, that's why. Though I still try to do it on the Patreon because we can do whatever we want over there. And it's totally fair use, so don't nobody come for me. But yeah, I should when we do use track IDs, I should put some in there. I think I will do that for the next Demon Forces one because I'm getting into some good Yugoslav music from like the 60s and the 70s that might not show up on Shazam, even if you Shazam it, but no, I'll try to do that when I use original music.
Yeah.
As for the song,
Our use of all this music is transformative and fair use.
It is all transformative. I don't fuck Spotify, who's taken down a bunch of our early episodes from Spotify because we use fair use, transformed, things that we talk over. And I mean, even if I upload,
maybe inserting an entire IPC song, ICP song. I'm getting confused with the Incel Parapolitics cult. Of about goblins in the midst of the goblin episode was borderline. But other than that,
right. No, I actually experimented, and I tried to upload a live analog set that I had made onto like a Noid FM set basically, and uploaded it on the normal RSS feed. So it's all my music. I created it. I own the rights to it. And I thought, I wonder if Spotify will let this slide. Nope, it took it down. Because anything that's just music, like any kind of DJ mix, anything like that, is you have to go through the Spotify licensing pipeline. And any podcast that, in their view, I guess, is sneaking through the back door to play music, it needs to be struck down. Even if it's original, which is just so stupid. Saying that podcasts have to be talking, and they can't have music in them because they make money off music on Spotify. It's just so annoying. Thankfully, Apple doesn't care about that, and YouTube doesn't. YouTube kind of cares about the rights, but they don't care, if you make anyways. That's basically the answer to this, to the song though. That is Program Me by Bruce Hack, Haack, and that I used that, I think, in our Sus Psychedelics episodes that were after this question, and I've probably used it a couple other times. I even made a remix of a club remix of Program Me, because it's such a funny sus early synthesizer song, it kind of captures the sus vibe of the acid test Esalen kind of Summer of Love, like I am new, program me. Like it's so like excited to be like MK'd by like psychedelics in a way. So I think it's kind of a forgotten album. I think this guy was like an early tinkerer in psychedelic, and like built his own synthesizers in the late 60s and released this kind of like strange album that people discovered later. But yeah, that whole album, I forget what it's like the psychedelic something. I'm blanking on it right now. I have it on vinyl. But that whole record has like interesting, creepy, sus like psychedelic synth tracks like that. So I recommend that. But that's pretty much it.
Word.
Yeah, why don't we
Okay.
I'll
read this one. Dakota Pagoda, OG Grotto head. Shout out Dakota.
Is this the Dakota?
Yes, it's the
Oh,
Dakota.
okay. I didn't realize. I forgot if the pagoda was part of it.
I think it is. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. So now you got me down myself, but I'm pretty sure. Part SJ question and part general question. Can anyone point me to a podcast / resources that does deep dives on intelligence and espionage in African countries during the 19th/20th century? SJ opened a world of parapolitical pods to me that have become such a great intro to historical topics. Shout out Ghost Stories from the End of the World series on Gladio. But considering Africa is one of the most heavily opt places in the world, I'm a bit surprised, that I haven't come across more on the subject. Edit, full credit to Dimitri's excellent series on Liberia. Just considering the romanticized Hollywood portrayals of spies in Africa, I would love to find more. Yeah, it is and I'd love to do like something about like the Algerian Civil War, and especially the Algerian revolution in general, like down the line. I feel like that would be a great, and like the future of the FLN and the future of like Algerian politics, like beyond the kind of like the Battle of Algiers politics that everybody knows.
Right.
I feel like that would be something that could be cool. But
definitely. Yes. Thank you, Dakota, for the kind words about the series on Liberia, Demon Forces, of course. I think that's all public now on the RSS feed and on YouTube. You should be able to find it in like our video archive. So Demon Forces 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. 3, 4, and 5 have 2 parts each. It's complicated, whatever. It's fine. All of those are about the history of Liberia and kind of more specifically like the United States government's, foundational relationship and activities in Liberia. There's a bunch of sources in there that I think if you're interested in like kind of that region of West Africa, that I would highly recommend. I think the book that I used probably most heavily was Niels Hahn's 2 Centuries of U.S. Military Operations in Liberia. That you can find a copy of it online at some like Air Force Institute if you Google the search. But go ahead and buy it as well, because Dr. Niels Hahn goes very hard and presents a very like straight up like kind of hardcore history about U.S. meddling and intrigues in that region. Beyond that, in terms of like broader African stuff, I would say In Search of Enemies by the recently deceased John Stockwell. I heard that he passed away in the last couple of months. He was I think he was in his 90s. But he was a former CIA officer that left the agency in the 70s and became a whistleblower. And he wrote this book, In Search of Enemies, about his role kind of as one of the people sort of running covert CIA operations during the Angolan Civil War, between like the Marxist MPLA and Jonas Savimbi's like Western-backed factions, and how even during the kind of like post-Watergate Church Committee kind of era, the CIA was still running games in Africa, trying to fight proxy wars and things like that. That is a really good book. He's like, people should check out John Stockwell's work, because I do feel like, he's a good person to compare like modern quote unquote like ex-CIA whistleblower type people to, because he's so much more hardcore than like John Kiriakou or like some of these other folks that are kind of around today. Like he has like a concept of imperialism and thinks it's bad, in a way that I feel like all these like ex-operators, like Joe Kent and people like that, they're still like PTK'd operators at the end of the day that like just breathe U.S. imperialism and don't see anything wrong with it. And John Stockwell, I mean, I think he kind of, I recall like learning that he kind of got bullied after the early 90s, like during like the first Bush administration. He got maybe kind of like threatened into like not doing lectures at universities and not writing any more books, and kind of just living a quiet life. And but that he lived to an old age. But I think, what was the other one that he has? Oh, The Praetorian Guard was another book that I have of his. That's from the 90s, which talks about how like U.S. imperialism has killed like millions of people throughout the Cold War in the global South, and like they're continuing to do so, and blah blah blah. So he's really good. Another person I would like say I respect as a CIA defector is Philip Agee's Dirty Work 2, The CIA in Africa, from 1979. He actually, I think it might be a compilation of critical essays with like an intro by Philip Agee, but I think he wrote Dirty Work 1, which is his original expose of like being in the CIA and the defecting. I believe he like straight up defected to Cuba, I think in the 70s, and then started giving like press interviews about all the evil, like illegal, shit that he was doing with the CIA, and published a book with a bunch of the names of like CIA operatives in it, and like went pretty hard, and I think lived the rest of his life in exile in Cuba. So I think that's another good one. Also, if you want to go back to like theoretical kind of grounding, I think it would never hurt to read Kwame Nkrumah's classic Neocolonialism, which is a little further back, but is more of a theoretical work about like the way that neocolonialism were in the post-colonial era, when all these countries became quote unquote independent, like the other levers through which like the European countries and the United States exercised control economically, politically, militarily, etc., and the role of like U.S. corporations. I believe that Nkrumah has a lot of like he comes with a lot of receipts about like what is ITT and Westinghouse and like all of these big American corporations and European ones, like the way they like control key sectors and extract natural resources and make these like so-called democratic leaders like subservient to them. I think that's and it probably does. I think it does kind of discuss the role of espionage in all that. But yeah, I mean, I'm sure there's more than there's a couple other books more broadly that I've used for like demon forces. One that is going to come up again in some of the episodes I'm doing is Shadow World by Andrew Feinstein, who's a leftist South African journalist who was what's it called? He was like an MP for a while with the ANC after Mandela took power, but then was sort of like left and went to the UK. But he wrote this like huge, massively researched tome about the global arms trade in the 1990s that discusses, among other things, Liberia, Yugoslavia, and a couple other conflicts, like Margaret Thatcher's son, Mark Thatcher, like the Al Yamama arms deal with Saudi Arabia and the UK, which was like had tons of like ridiculous corruption. And that, it bounces around maybe to a few different theaters in Africa. It spends a lot of time on like Liberia and Sierra Leone. But you get a sense of like the sort of the black market, like intelligence operatives and like businessmen and like networks that are floating around, especially after the end of the Cold War. Yeah, I'm sure that if you go, there like, histories of Egypt, like you said, Algeria, Libya is another really fascinating one. Idi Amin, another like strange figure, that, and Mobutu Sese Seko, and those kind of like right wing, like U.S. backed kind of quote unquote dictators. that had like U.S. intelligence and often Israeli backing and support in a lot of ways. It's a really rich area if you want to learn about espionage. It's like part of one of the things that kind of drew me into going into like Liberia, because it's so naked a lot of the time. One
thing I recommend, like maybe you've seen this, Dimitri, it's this like pamphlet that was like handed out at the African Studies Association convention on the first day of the Vietnam moratorium in Montreal, October 1969. It's by a group called the Africa Research Group. It's called African Studies in America, The Extended Family, a tribal analysis of U.S. Africanists, who they are, why to fight them. Published by the Africa Research Group, 50 Cents of the Empire. And this is, kind of is more on the academic side, like the connections between, as it said, like African studies and, like the U.S. like intelligence community and like imperialism in general. And again, like it's, of its time. So it's not, this is not up on like more recent developments, but definitely like it's like very interesting as a historical document in and of itself.
I bet. It'd be interesting if there's some stuff in there about the type of that certain program that brought Barack Obama's father to the United States to study, that was at least partially like sponsored by the CIA, to sort of groom future leaders and bureaucrats that would go back to countries with like the American way etched into their hearts, I think even Zoran Mamdani's father might have been brought over on the same program or like a related program. Not saying that means anything, but it is a part of like the soft power strategy that the U.S. was pursuing. It wasn't just out of pure altruism. Of course, the Peace Corps as well and USAID, did a lot of work in Africa. Even the kind of like the tangles over apartheid in the 80s, I discovered some kind of interesting like ambiguous moves that were being made. I remember like Chester Crocker, one of like the high wasps like in the State Department, sort of made ending apartheid, like negotiating the end of apartheid and like isolating South Africa, one of his like kind of his big mission that he was going to do. And like the end of the Cold War kind of provided like an opening to do it. It seemed like this is seen as a very like smart, savvy kind of political move to like not be on the side. Reagan was kind of on the side of apartheid South Africa, but there was a kind of liberal groundswell,
like solidly on the side.
Very solidly. But
we're up to him. Like we never would have like sanctioned them or done anything to punish them for apartheid.
And more on them a couple questions down because they're pretty sus. But there was like a faction within the State Department specifically that was very like intently working on shifting U.S. policy like towards a ending the strict apartheid system and a kind of peaceful transfer to like Nelson Mandela and kind of opening up the society and blah blah blah. I think you could see that maybe as like a little bit of like like revolution management, a little bit of like that the apartheid regime is like increasingly unstable and unpopular, and it would help for America to do something that makes them look oh so liberal and nice, and they were on the good side of history in the 90s, and kind of fits that Clinton vibe. And then but then like the kind of commanding heights of the economy, like a lot of the deeper levels of like control and the higher levels of power don't like fully change, you know what I mean? Like it wasn't a total like purging of like the white South African power structure, as much as Elon Musk likes to complain about white genocide or whatever the fuck. And that might explain some of the problems it has today. But yeah, there's a lot of good stuff out there about Africa. Oh yeah, the other honorable mention, kind of interesting, is the Polish journalist Ryszard Kapuscinski wrote some seminal like war journalism accounts. He was a Polish like state, like a reporter for like the Polish state news agency in like the 70s and the 80s, and he wrote a book called The Emperor about the overthrow of Haile Selassie in, I think, 1974. And then he also wrote, what was it called? Another Day of Life, which is kind of a harrowing account of being deployed to Angola, like in a very bloody, crazy part of the Angolan Civil War, and getting like trapped in a city that was like under siege. And like I think he kind of lived out eventually like in the 90s, and like became a sort of, you know, anti-communist, like liberal kind of journalist. But I think the work he did for like official communist news agencies, it's what you would call kind of like literary journalism, you know, in a lot of ways. It's like very personal. It's not what you would expect from a monolithic communist news agency, blah, 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 you know. And it does have like it has kind of a default kind of like leftist and more sympathetic lens towards like, you know, like the MPLA, for example. I actually haven't read The Emperor, so, you know, Selassie's a little more liminal of a figure. He was very good friends with Tito, but then got overthrown. He was a hereditary monarch, etc. But yeah, maybe check out Ryszard Kapuscinski as well. I think that's Kapuscinski. Yeah.
I'm reading this. I just was looking up that text I mentioned, and I saw like a reference in it to this publication by the Special Operations Research Office at the American University.
Okay.
From August 1964, which has a very SJ title. It is called Witchcraft, Sorcery, Magic, and Other Psychological Phenomena and Their Implications on Military and Paramilitary Operations in the Congo.
Oh man! Download that. That's interesting. If they were so dialed into that, like in the mid '60s, because you do see that. We talked about it in our Coney 2012 episodes a while back.
Yeah.
How that there was a lot of weaponization of magic, like especially in the 1990s civil wars, and I do wonder sometimes if some of that was like systematized and really like disseminated to these kind of irregular armies, like. You know, because it was so, like, you know, and the idea that, like, Westerners or Americans were just like, oh, what's this crazy folk religion that they have? Like, they'd never encountered it before. You know, those Christian missionaries have been encountering that shit forever. You know, like, they know about
even
it.
this
Graham
document
Greene knew
says
about it.
that you know, today's uncertain situation in the Congo should not be studied in a vacuum, but should be considered as part of a continuum stemming from the pre-independence Belgian administration, the impact of Western culture upon African tribal systems, the circumstances of the birth of the Congo Republic, and the nature of the struggle for power within the Congo since 1960. Like, you know, the people who do this, like, are, you know, they, like, are not fools. Like, sometimes they're, you know, they're subject to the information that they have, but they like
Right.
a lot of that stuff, like that, those kind of like narratives, like you know, of like, oh, you know, these are tribal foolish people, like the people who like are actually like writing these kind of like white papers and stuff, like they do know better than that, you know.
Like that stuff's for the
like
plebs, for the general
yeah,
public.
Exactly.
It's not for the planners.
Exactly.
Yeah. They often have like a reasonably, you know, I mean, America, I'd say, you know, not to be too reductive, but like Americans used to be somewhat like celebrated for their just like their kind of straightforward pragmatism about like, well, how do you get it done, you know, and like not thinking, which of course can be a problem when you're like you don't have any broader kind of context that you're thinking about, but you know, like they would take apart everything and see how it works, kind of an engineer mindset, you know, and a lot of times, like I feel like the bureaucrats, I see it a lot with like the State Department reports and declassified CIA reports, like during the Cold War, that, you know, they do have like smart people and they do need some like accurate information for the people planning policy.
And like dominate and like subjugate the rest of the world tends to like override like the bigotry and like short-sightedness. Like if like better information is available, if a better analysis is possible and useful to the purposes of like domination and subjugation, like the sort of bigotry and the need to like hate others usually won't get in the way of that, you know. But of course that does exist and it does like work upon people, but yeah, like, you know, the level of those who are like actually having to implement policies in order to dominate and subjugate, like insofar as a superior and like more accurate analysis of a situation can help accomplish that goal, like it will be furnished, you know, like it will be generated. There
Yeah.
obviously are limitations, right? Like in some cases, a worse analysis is more useful to that purpose. In many cases,
Well,
right?
yeah.
But
Well, look at the Bush administration and stuff, and they're like lying about, like WMD. Like things get dicey when you start kind of like eating your own slop that you're feeding to the general public to kind of like spin things or mollify them.
You can kind of see this like in the sort of situation of Islam. Like I've talked about this many times. Like there was after 9/11, there was a huge burst of which we're still seeing the consequences of now. Like all the opportunists who got into the subject to try to like leverage it for their careers or to get into intelligence work or something, right? But there was a huge burst of interest in Islam, like from an academic perspective, right? Like within academia, people like rush to, find Islamists and people who work on that topic or people who can understand Arabic or Persian, et cetera, et cetera. But like there was almost like a pivot where even though the U.S. is no less involved in like that area of the Muslim majority world, right? Even though no less concerned with like dominating and subjugating Muslims, and even though like the U.S. If anything like is kind of more of a sort of sense that Islam as such is a threat or a concern, certainly not less. Like the sort of idea that we need to actually like work to understand Islam in a robust way, I feel like that has like radically diminished, and it just has been determined that like actually like we don't like it's not actually worthwhile to like know anything about Islam. Like we can easily like just rule over Muslims and like subjugate Muslims and like have a footprint in the Muslim world and like go after like quote unquote terror without like actually like having any kind of understanding of like it's like that's a situation where like actually in some ways like a worse analysis was judged to be like superior or more fit the purpose, like the kind of Pete Hegseth view of the world,
right? Because
like,
if you had the kind of like Obama era or even kind of like the Bush administration to some extent, like that level of like well, we want to understand and like win the hearts and minds of these people, and maybe fund certain strains of like militant groups that are going to do one thing, and then like kind of play with the the social formation, like learn about it so that you can kind of subtly manipulate it. That does seem to have fallen off and is just kind of replaced with a like I mean, I think if you were focusing on Iranian culture, like, and you were trying to like what really makes like the Islamic Republic hold together and not like collapse under all these sanctions and things like that, like maybe you would have gotten more people with a little more of like scholarly knowledge, like understanding that like just like murdering the supreme leader with his entire family and blowing up a school full of girls and just being like, submit, we're kuffars, blah. Like, come on, like submit to Israel was like maybe not going to be like the smartest strategy to like countering Iran, which I think, you look at the Obama administration, they love to be kind of like tactical and professorial and technocratic about it. Like they crafted this complex like negotiated deal that was going to kind of like freeze the Iran conflict in amber a little bit.
That might have been a more effective strategy, but actually, like in Iran, it is kind of opposite in a way, because like think about like I was thinking about this recently because I was recently talking to someone who like rolled out the whole litany of like Iranian monarchist beliefs and kind of inaccurate perceptions of the world and history. Well, it's like a common thing, it ideas that like basically the whole like idea of like overthrowing the Islamic Republic, like it isn't based on, it's in a way like insofar as like mistakes were made or like the sort of the things that like people regret in terms of like the transition from the Shah's kingdom to the Islamic Republic, like this like there's nothing about like the process now in any like all those factors that exist like it would be worse. It would be worse, like many times worse. If
What
this
factors
government
of
were replaced,
what factors of what?
like anything that anyone complains about, like the sort of sense of grievance against the people who were complicit in the existing government, like
Like the economy's in shambles, it's bad, that kind of thing.
Antagonism towards minorities,
I see,
towards not like the sort of ethnic tensions, like all these, the economy being like in shambles, like all those factors, like in terms of the anti-Islamic Republic discourse, all those factors like are still like very like there is like an unwillingness even, I feel, to like that is across the board, like that is bought into by like many people who supported that war, right? That like there's not sort of a taking of responsibility for, there's this view of the Islamic Republic as being almost like this is the sort of most cartoonish expression of this, but there's various forms that it takes. The idea that like somehow like Arabs invaded and like imposed the Islamic Republic on glorious free Western Persia.
Right, I've heard that
and like
before.
None of this stuff is
Yeah.
actually part of Persian culture, right? That is like insane. Like that is completely untrue. And like so much of what I said this before, like so much of what like is thought of as like Islam, like, or the history of Islam, so much of that is like inextricable from the history of like quote unquote like Persian culture, right? And like so many of the greatest most formative like thinkers in Islamic intellectual history have been Persian. So much of like Islamic art is like so heavily influenced by the history of Persian art, or Persia was an important nexus in its development. Like it's like, but there's this idea that like, all of this like is foreign. All of this
Right.
is in some way like has something to do with with Iran, like free Iran from the Islamic Republic, right? Like and then everyone will be like Israelis basically, but that like it's completely like fantastical sense of history, the present and the future,
Right.
that like a lot of this is based on, that had people like cheering this war,
Yeah,
or
like,
had
to
people
the extent
like celebrating like, we got the dictator. It's like, well, was it worth like 200 Iranian schoolgirls to kill a 90-year-old man, like no matter how much you hate him, like he was a Shia cleric, like this is the ultimate martyrdom for him, like however much you hate
like
him,
if you
was it really
studied
worth it?
the popular stories and legends of specifically in the Shia Muslim community, you would know that you're setting them up for like the perfect martyrdom to like rally around. And the idea that I think it does, there is like an imperial hubris that had to be at play, even if they have some super duper secret 5D chess plan that this is all, but I really think that they like gambled, they were full of hubris and they gambled on being able to topple the regime and failed. And now they're stuck in a bear trap and the Strait of Hormuz is not coming back. Like, I think I don't see any way in which Iran would relinquish it. And I think even like now, the whirlwind is being reaped for that hubris. I think like it doesn't seem like the U.S. administration, like they got kind of high off their own supply of propaganda and whatever they're hearing from, the Zionists and the Israelis and the monarchist Iran, Persians and whatever, and they just walked, like they swaggered up and got themselves fucked over it, and might this might be a huge turning point for the U.S. empire. Like it's increasingly harder for me to see even like a taco, like just pulling out and pretending it never happened. Like, you've lost the Strait of Hormuz. Like, why you can't go to your huge military base in Bahrain now without permission from the IRGC. You know what I mean? Like that's like,
but my point,
you've been humiliated. Like,
my point is that like there are people who desperately wanted this. Like, I don't think Lindsey Graham, recently deceased, that he like cared. Like, I don't think that he was like necessarily dumb either, or that like he believed that like this would be like the immediate, like maybe Trump did, like, but like I think that there were people who wanted it. I mean, I don't think that Netanyahu like believed that it would be like regime change overnight. Like, that seems crazy. Like, maybe he is that dumb, but like I don't necessarily think so.
Yeah, probably
I
not.
think that there were people who understood like the situation like well enough, but for them like a worse analysis was actually like more what was better or like better suited to like so for
Right.
you know
Because a
it was
better
better
analysis
to
would encourage
like
you maybe
advance or like
to not start a war, not try to
Yeah.
overthrow their country because it wouldn't
Exactly.
work,
Yeah.
you know? And like that's what a more
Yeah.
clear-eyed, realistic analysis would, which I think was dominant in the national security state, despite like the antagonistic posture towards Iran and trying to squeeze them on a million different fronts. But there was like, it was almost ambiently understood that like that would be insane to just try to like bomb them to like overthrow their society without like, you know, without any ground troops or anything. And that like the people would just rise up like that. That's some real delusional thinking. I think from Netanyahu's perspective, perhaps he thought the most important thing is to get the Americans in, and then we'll worry.
Exactly.
Then we'll manage it, right? And
Right.
maybe
So
it'll
it's not
spread
that,
in a
like,
way that's
yeah.
good for us.
Right. So even for people who aren't deluded, like to advance and to support and to like, you know, encourage this inferior and like, you know, incorrect and like delusional analysis, like can be like, you know, worthwhile. Like it can, you know, it's better to, you know, support that like kind of, you know, like that's kind of a, you know, yeah, delusional analysis is kind of a fantastical view of the history of the present and the future than you know, an accurate one, because that, you know, can get in the way. You know, there are those who completely buy into that for sure, but then there are those who choose that worse analysis for some kind of ulterior reason.
Yeah.
You know, and like, you know, there are those who maybe, you know, could favor a more advanced one or like, you know, a more accurate one or a more realistic one, and they actively choose a worse one, you know, for some reason, you know.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I think they think they can get away with it, and sometimes they do, and sometimes it blows up in their face, you know. Which I think it's more blowing up in their face right now.
Yeah, it's kind of that Karl Rove idea of like we're history's actors, you know, and
we make our
can
own reality.
create realities. Yeah, exactly. Like we can, you know, choose to be. It's, you know, an amazing power to like choose, and it's a power that often, if you look at people in positions of great power, they often have this like skill conspicuously, like the ability to truly like willfully choose to be ignorant.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like there's a lower level ability of that, but like, you know, some people who are like very like highly placed people who have like advanced far in the world of politics, who wield a lot of power.
Yeah.
They do seem to have this like prodigious ability to like delete like unwelcome information from their minds.
Yeah.
You know,
it's the, you know, it's that old line, it's like hard to get a man to understand something when his salary depends upon not understanding it. And politics is like full of people who have optimized that tendency like perfectly to just like it just kind of goes in one ear and out the other, and has no it can have no impact on like their worldview or how they conduct themselves. It's kind of like spooky how relatively rare it is to get somebody like a Philip Agee or a John Stockwell to really come out and be like, this is all fucking insane and evil. Like, I'm not gonna like it. You know, the best you get nowadays is like Joe Kent, who's like still a major sus lord, but has like one specific little point of disagreement about, you know, something, but they're still like a PTK operator at the end of the day.
He was like a Groyper kind of too, right?
A little bit, yeah. He went on Tucker, you know, and like
he emerged. Like I remember, like, you know, I remember seeing Nick Fuentes go on a rant about Joe Kent, because Joe Kent, like, you know, flew Nick Fuentes out and was like, I support you so much, like you're so great.
Interesting.
And Nick Fuentes was like, you know, you don't have to endorse me, but just don't ever disavow me. But I guess Joe Kent eventually did disavow him, and Nick Fuentes was furious, allegedly.
Well, yeah, he had that thing when this started back up a few weeks ago, and Iran killed a few soldiers, and he tweeted that thing that was like, you know, we're going to have to strike back hard since our heroes have been killed. But like in the broader context, like we shouldn't be in this war. And it's like, all right, that's my problem. This is like, I feel like Plattner had that vibe. Like a lot of these like Gen X, like elder millennial vets have this fucking vibe of like, oh, it goes without saying, we need to punish them with missiles because they killed 3 of our troops in a war that like we started, that is like kind of for Israel, but also for like our empire in its most decrepit form, you know, and like we shouldn't be involved in it, but we still need to kill anybody that like threatens our troops, you know. And it's like, what if we just leave? Like, what if we say, wow, what a shame, 3 people died that didn't have to because we shouldn't have been there. Now we're gonna go, but like he's still got that little programming in his head that's like, we must strike back, like, you know, because now it's personal. You killed 1 troop, like it's personal. You know, I just hate that shit. Like that's a big old red flag for me. You know, when yeah, they just have to, like, they can't disentangle the way they've been programmed to defend America and defend their fellow troops from the fact that this is all caught up in like an evil and very self-destructive, for like the people that live in America for the most part, like imperial enterprise, you know, that we're engaged in. So yeah, that sucks. But anyways, yeah. Yeah, actually, the next question's kind of like related to this in a little bit of a way. In terms of like, who do you trust? Who do we trust when we're looking at these books and these sources and stuff? This is I think again from Dakota Pagoda from November 23rd, 2022, and they ask, I have a meta research question for anybody, but would be interested in what the SJ lads think. I am not a researcher, and as I'm getting more into a more parapolitical mindset, I can't help but feel that every primary source or piece of reporting is potentially just BS. It's gotten so bad that I find myself thinking, so what that it's in a book with references? How is that any more inherently true than a Twitter thread? Is knowledge an op? I also find myself discussing things with people, and I heard it, and quote, I heard it in this really good podcast, is not super compelling to normies. Damn, that sucks.
Well, okay, yeah, keep going.
Yeah.
But,
I know there are references in show notes, which I'm going to start looking more into, but my real question is where to begin with understanding the process of research and sourcing information independently, probably by Googling the question, but I figure some of y'all might have insightful thoughts as well. Yeah, this is a really good question. I think it gets the core of of our practice and what we do.
And I think like it's one of the most like, because in a way like Dakota has like a good point, or like, you know, Dakota's like hypothetical normie friend who's not like persuaded by having a piece of information sourced to a podcast has a point, which is that like the podcast like essentially is like a like intermediate thing, and like something that I consider to be like one of the most like, you know, important things like we continue to do, or like one of the things that I feel like is something that like is important to me, like value like in the shows, to like support like the value of like critical reading and like the ability to do research and the ability to like assess and process information, because like a true like to promote that skill, because like it truly is like a skill that like not everyone you know, that needs to be developed, right? And like a true like it, and it's one that can't really it's sometimes like difficult to appreciate, right? Because yeah, you do get into the kind of rabbit hole of like, is knowledge an op, right? Because like we're talking about like the kind of craft of like knowing and learning, and like how do you learn how to learn, you know, when you know, without, you have to almost confront like the at a certain point like the foundations of like one's epistemology. And obviously like without getting too much into the weeds of that there are always like unspoken premises behind like, you know, any kind of claim to know, right? Like that's like something that I could never extemporize about that on the podcast, even because it's such a deep topic in terms of like how do we, you know, like what are the core principles, like, or sort of the, you know, the assumed premises against which like knowledge is validated, right? At a core, at you know, a foundational level, it's too much. But you know, at a slightly less abstract level, like you had to understand that every discourse has its own like standards of you know, evaluating information and its own sort of criteria of truth, and you have to be able to locate your sources within like, you know, the sort of norms of a certain discourse, right?
Yeah.
So like if you're reading an academic book about a historical context, right, that book has certain norms, right? And the norms of academic discourse certainly have changed like over the past 30 years or something, right? So like those are like norms in which like I am like pretty familiar, and like Dimitri is pretty familiar. Like we definitely draw on scholarly work a lot like in this show.
Yeah.
But and like I think that like that's the thing, like where you have like certain, but this is kind of like part of the sort of project of SJ, I feel like. And let me know if you disagree. But part of the project of SJ is to like kind of be experimental and to like entertain these other like ways of knowing, these other like kind of modes of assessing truth, right? That might not like be like considered truthful by like sort of a scientific empirical standard, or by like an academic like historical standard, right? And to evaluate like other truth claims that operate within other sets of epistemological norms, right? So we do that, but we obviously have our own like tendencies just based on like who we are and the society that we live in, but we try to kind of negotiate that, right? And we try to look at a range of sources with that in mind. To continue like the analogy, right? You have an academic work that's citing historical sources, right? If you go and look at those primary sources, you have to understand that those also are operating within like a discourse, right? And there's a layer of interpretation that it's not necessarily true that this like people academics these are the skills that academics train through through study, through working with with other scholars, and etc. But like they're certainly not infallible, right? In fact, much of academia is academics disagreeing with each other, as we all know, right? So like going to primary sources is like a valuable thing, but like I think a key aspect of how to interpret them is to understand like who's their audience, like what actually are the norms of discourse here. Like, is this phrase conventional? Like, what is what exactly is the meaning of this in its social context? We're talking historically, or if we're talking about another example that we look at, I'm kind of going off, but like it's talk about like conspiracy literature, right? Like we can talk about like the claims that are made in kind of like like broadly speaking like conspiracy or like quote unquote parapolitical texts, right? They have like less rigorous and this is something that I would love to see change in terms of like insofar as like people associate us with that with like parapolitics is a thing. I've talked before about how my like dislike for that term, but I feel like I think that if anyone wants to do like I consider our show to not be about parapolitics, but to be simply one of the topics we discuss is politics, right? It's a political show, not a parapolitical one, right? But I think that like definitely more rigorous citation standards would be a valuable thing in in terms of these kind of a countercultural or subaltern discourses. But I also think that in some cases that is like almost like a salient or significant like fact about these texts, right? It like tells you something, right? The way that like they're organized, right? Like it's not like a meaningless fact. It sort of is a signal almost, in the same way that like citationality is like a signal and a practice of a certain discourse, if that makes sense. Right? Like to to be kind of like loose with the citations, and to just kind of like write like a screed based on like without like a careful sourcing. I feel like that kind of signals like marks you as part of like a certain discourse. But in a way, like this leads to the stovepiping that is the problem. So in using like I don't think that there is any answer to the question, because I think that ultimately knowledge kind of is an op. Knowledge is the ultimate on top. Like it really like truly is. Like all forms of knowledge, all claims to know are based like have to deal with the fundamental question of like what is reality, right? Like how can we claim to know anything? Like it's really like it's an insoluble problem, but it's certainly like a much deeper philosophical one that can really be picked apart like certainly not now, like in this conversation, but or in this monologue that I'm currently giving. But
I vibe with everything you're saying, and I think like on on a practical level, it's interesting how the ground has even shifted, from 2020 when we started this show to the end of 2022 when this question was asked to like today in 2026. Because, for one, AI was just getting going when this question was asked. And that talk about something that doesn't cite its sources and makes wild claims, like that actually is sort of baked into at least how the American LLM models tend to, even if they link like some article they drew from, it's like not clear specifically what they're citing. And oftentimes they hallucinate things. But also you can see in the proliferation of in the kind of epistemic breakdown of like the containment of quote unquote like conspiracy topics from serious topics, which I feel like was much more at play in 2020 when we started the show. And so I think that was part of our context of where we were coming from, was I think to prove, almost using the master's own tools, that there is something to a lot of these things that get immediately debunked and blacklisted from serious discussion in the New York Times and whatever.
Between them are more porous than people imagine.
Of course,
right? Like that.
Yeah.
The sort of strict separation is illusory.
Yeah, that exactly. Categorizing this way is like not helpful, and even for people that are like opposed, particularly like the left, that are opposed to the current order of things, how it doesn't do like the political left broadly defined like really any favors to adopt the snooty like Chomskyan or like New Yorker or New York Times attitude, or as I think somebody said recently that like parapolitics came around in 2019 and became a pipeline to liberalism. That's another funny. That's kind of a separate, insane critique. Unless you're talking about one particular.
I remember that tweet, and my response to it was like, really, this person is like a spokesperson for like a form, something that I consider to be just a straight up form of liberalism. And in fact, even that tweet itself is evidence of that, because he's blaming the derailment of his political program on the same thing that liberals always blame the derailment of their political aspirations on, which is conspiracy theories.
Yeah.
They're basically saying that like, oh, the conspiracy theories came along and they ruined all the great stuff we were going to have. A classic scapegoat for, his whole political tradition.
And they led to liberalism, which I basically support.
Yeah, but he
as
doesn't
like
mean liberalism.
Yeah.
He doesn't mean that. He means like, I don't even know what he means. He means like he was upset that Ro Khanna said the Epstein class or something.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know, something like that.
It's like, I have my things about, but like this idea, it just ruined, the Epstein thing was fun for a while, but it really broke some people's brains, as somebody said a few years ago.
Right.
Even treating something like the Epstein thing as like a funny thing, like an LOL, like dirtbag joke fest to like riff on so that you can like do little dunks on, I don't know, Bill Clinton or Trump or whatever.
One of the best examples of this is how like, I haven't seen this maybe in a while. I'm not sure how prominent it is now, but for a while, like the phrase do your own research was kind of like a wink, like snooty little like they did their own research, like that, like that's something you're not supposed to do. And like if you claim to have done your own research, then like you are like a rube and like you fall prey to quote unquote conspiracy theories. When really like being able to like do your own research is like, in my view, like one of the great like high callings of like, certainly like in my life, like being able to do your own research like is a beautiful thing.
Oh, right? Yeah.
And, like I think this is something that like to encourage that is good. Like everyone should aspire to do their own research, right?
Right.
But I think that like it is a skill, right? And like being able to assess information and understand like, how like having you do have to have like kind of a perspectivism or a kind of like nuanced appreciation for different like epistemological systems, and being able to like hold like you have to be able to hold two contradictory ideas in your mind at once in a way, and realize that like by different epistemological orders like both can be true in order to really parse this, because then you can end up with like a do your like what a liberal would refer to as sort of a snooty NYT liberal caricature would refer to as like do your own research. You can go down like a -47 like QAnon rabbit hole, right, and like start like following all these like wellness influencers who are telling you that like the Trump has consulted with the Palladians and things like that, right? Like, or even, you know, on a level that pertains very much to our contemporary context, like the like believing in like AI like slop, right? Not even be able to tell what is AI
Right,
generated from
right.
what isn't, you know?
Clearly there's a movement right now where the most like kind of evil and you know, autocratic and like fascist whatever, you know, forces in our society want to take away the ability to do your own research as much as possible and replace it with, you know, this kind of new version of like the pocket calculator. Like, you don't need to do that anymore. This machine will do it for you. And we've already seen like how bumpy a ride and how chaotic that is. And, you know, people that have outsourced their critical thinking are just like you're letting that muscle inside of your brain, you know, atrophy. And you're not, it is a thing you need to sort of develop like through practice, I think, through like reading critically. And I think American culture in general and the education system is like gotten progressively worse at doing that. I think it got like kind of somewhat good at it for maybe through the, you know, the New Deal era when education was expanded. And there's the threat of communism, but since like the 90s, it's gone down, and now they're literally just like, let a computer do it for you. Let a computer do all this intellectual work for you. I mean, did you see there's a thing out this week, I think, about how, this is not shocking at all, how Israel is like, they have poured a bunch of money into setting up like tons of zombie websites that aren't even meant for like people to encounter them, but simply for LLMs to scrape across and like absorb Israeli talking points about everything, so that when
That's
eventually
amazing.
in aggregate, when you ask the like Claude about Israel, it's going to give you an answer that's inflected by this like Israeli seeded bullshit and like Hasbara. So like that's just one little tiny example. But like, I mean, even just look at the landscape of X nowadays, like the sheer amount of slop and abandon, even on things sometimes that I like agree with, but I look at like I saw a video the other day that just had like a few tells of like, again, it's like the thrust of this video was like, Peter Jennings reported on this like shocking 93 book, and like Israel is trying to delete this video off the internet, so like watch it now and save it so that they won't delete it. And it was like a 1993 like mainstream, I don't know, ABC news report about a book that alleged that like Mossad officers had a role in allowing like the 1983 Beirut bombing to happen, and like were responsible for all these American soldiers dying. And I'm like, oh, okay, that seems interesting. Then it flashes to the author, Viktor Ostrovsky, who like he's come up on our show before. He's like a very sus Israeli Canadian ex Mossad operative who like has inserted himself into a bunch of different things and written some books. And like I think he, you know, yeah, he's somebody you should take with a huge grain of salt if you're an anti-Zionist, let me say, right? Like this guy, you know, being a critic. But then like all the comments, and who knows, this might be AI bots at this point, were like, then they killed him with cancer right after this report happened. See, like, we need to stop Israel. We need to save this. It's being like destroyed. And I'm like, okay, like, first of all, he got cancer like 10 years after this report. Like maybe they did it, but like even just this kind of like jump to very simplistic like Marvel movie kind of thinking of like, then they killed him immediately, when you just look up on the Wikipedia article, he died like 11 or 12 years after that, like after 9/11. Who knows, you know, of like lung cancer. And this also, the author of this book is like a Israeli disinfo guy that worms his way into like conspiracy spaces to like, you know, Bowie might be working for Israel, and so you just have to, so it's just like none of that came, nobody even clocked that this guy is like kind of an infamous guy. It's just like they saw the thing, it hits their dopamine, they know they agree with it, and like and also right. Israel is
but
like, you know,
you already did like, you know, a big like thing that I think is like you like tried to like verify and like see like, you know, gain more information from other sources.
Like, what was his book?
Is like,
nobody even seemed to care or link to it in the comments. It was just like, like, and it's like, come on, you know?
Yeah, which is like a key, like, impulse that like, you know, like you can almost take for granted, you know, like if you, I think, like in terms of practical things, I would say, like, you know, the two big practical things that come to mind are like, like when you're reading something or when you see something, being able to be like, no, like I don't think so, or like is that true? Like, and then like try to find like other sources that like verify it, right?
Yeah.
Like and the other thing is like being able to recognize like everyone has their own sort of leanings or tendencies or things that like they want to be true, or that they kind of are wish were true, or like believe, or like they're even just like their suspicions, right? They're sort of hypothesis, right?
Yeah.
And you kind of want to have your hypothesis confirmed a lot of the time, and like it's very tricky, and like everyone is prone to this, but being able to like recognize when your hypothesis is like not matching up to what you're reading, that is like a very important skill, right? And not like, because without that, you don't have anything. And the willingness to like test your hypothesis, right? Again, like with against evidence, right, is like an important like kind of instinct. Like I guess part of it is just having curiosity, but it seems like I think more people have that than some try to suggest.
Yeah.
I think that's not really the problem. I feel like it's a matter of skill.
Yeah, I think on a really like
like
simple level, like something that I started to, I don't know, develop or like focus more on, like even later, like after college, like in the 2010s, is like paying attention, like you said at the beginning, paying attention to like where the author of a thing is like coming from. Like it's
yeah
just that kind of simple, just like double check like who is saying this, like what is
yeah
their are they associated with a certain political conviction? Are they within an academic or NGO kind of institution that
right.
has
Read
a
the
certain
introduction, read the acknowledgments.
right,
Yeah,
right, yeah. Look who they
right.
thank, because sometimes you'll be surprised. Like, yeah, you'll see some book and
Yeah,
it's like, "Thank you to Dr. Jolly and West." You're like, "Ugh, yikes!" Like,
yeah.
or even these books. I think I
Read the reviews of the book, right?
how was
That
it
you can read on
received by
JSTOR, which
its
usually can
intended
access. Yeah,
audience? Was it attacked and
yeah,
like totally buried and like unfairly smeared? Like look at Gary Webb, like how like all the newspapers conspired to like pick apart and find like maybe one thing that was like a little bit speculative and not exactly true, and then just go, oh, like you can't trust any of this, it's all bullshit, and then like destroy his career. And it's like, okay, well then you have to, it leads you on a little cookie crumb trail to like, well, why did they do that? Like I thought that ostensibly they're supposed to have a reputation of being like fair journalists, but like they did not do that in this case. They kind of conspired to like destroy a guy's reputation. Well, who was he attacking that might have provoked that? Oh, the CIA and its drug trafficking and blah blah blah. And then you look at, okay, well, what is the like relationship between the CIA and the major news sources in this country? Oh, it's kind of cozy, and it always has been. And there's certain lines that they agree kind of like not to cross about coverage, and so this guy stumbled across one and they decided to make an example. You can start to build a theory, like a narrative that in the context that like makes more sense, instead of, I don't know, just like narrowly focusing on like, did the one thing they accused him of lying of, like, was it true or not? Like that's a very narrow way of looking, with the overall work. You're almost falling for their trap of like, did
yeah,
they lie about one little tiny thing? Or it's like when Dan Rather got, his career got like ruined because he fell for the bait of like some stupid that like AWOL George W. Bush thing where he like he didn't show up for duty in the National Guard, and then it ended up like not being made up, but like because he said it, they hanged him. And not that he wasn't a little sus himself, but like they put him out to pasture over this very narrow interpretation of like this one I mean, it's weird now though, because people just say shit and we're almost deluged by, we're such a bullshit saturated society, even within official institutions now, right? Like certainly the government, and the media behaves in a kind of mendacious, selective kind of way towards various facts and things, whether they like it or not. There's often big blind spots about, say, like Israel, and everyone's like kind of full of shit. And those like umpire mechanisms that maybe were a little more robust in American society, like in the 20th century, have really broken down. And now there seems to have been a shift more to like a flood the zone with tons of slop approach to kind of like managing the sort of what information people kind of imbibe, versus maybe like earlier eras that were about selective targeting and marginalization of like people that, you know, publish some kind of conspiracy thing or were, you know, radical leftists or something, like where they would be boxed out or blacklisted from institutions or just like never taken, you know, how like Parenti was sort of kept, you know, outside of academia. I mean, that would still happen today. Somebody like Parenti would not get tenure, but like, but you know, but now it's like
you wouldn't get
fed. I mean, maybe, hopefully, they're not going to go back to this, like actually like charging people with bullshit. But in general, there's a kind of like let a million like slop flowers bloom, and then if like there's people that are holding to these standards, like in the midst of that, like they're going to be mostly drowned out. And, you know, like their impact's going to be limited because there's going to be such a bigger volume of slop. And then on top of that, like opportunists and careerists and people that don't really care about like sharing knowledge or like teaching, sort of like, I mean, I don't know if I'd say we like teach skills, but I feel like we try to show our work. And so like through the process of listening to us, you get a sense of how to like have a topic that you want to research and then go out and get a bunch of like go fishing for like sources and then read those sources critically, like while, you know, appropriately weighting like who they're coming from. I mean, we've talked before about how sometimes we will read declassified CIA reports or DOD reports or the memoirs of like spooky evil motherfuckers like in the Reagan White House, and sometimes you actually glean like you said, you know, earlier, if it's for an internal audience that actually wants to know like what's actually going on and it's not for propaganda purposes, sometimes that can be quite useful because they're very like practical about like what is going on, and you know, sometimes you get memoirs or things like that where you do always have to take it with a grain of salt because you almost have to look at it as like this is somebody's oral history telling you a story. And you know, but sometimes people tell you what really happened. I mean, you know, and sometimes it's like mostly what happened, and then there's like they throw in some stuff that maybe it's like muddying the waters a little bit, but like, you know, I think a lot of these like spy people especially, they can't say outright everything they did. That's another thing. It's like you got to keep in the back of your head that like they're not going to come out and be like, they're not going to talk about their biggest quote unquote achievements because that would, you know, it doesn't look good for America or them or whatever. So they might find like a roundabout way of talking about what they did, like Victory by Peter Schweizer. Like it stops short of being like, oh, we bribed various KGB people or got, you know, we turned them or we gave money to so-and-so. But it's like, oh, we put every amount of pressure that we could and like it was great and it worked, haha, you know, and had that kind of, so they end up telling on themselves a little bit when they think it's safe to, you know, talk amongst their own class a little bit, and then in the public they would kind of clean it up and like not, you know, hold some.
No,
I
mean, I know it seems like kind of you know, like too big for your podcast britches to like talk about like teaching or modeling, but you know, even though like, you know, I think there's a difference between saying like, oh, you know, having an inflated view of like what your role ought to be, or but also having you know, I try to also maintain like a realistic sense of like what our role like could be, and like, you know, it like probably is, you know, and I think that is like, you know, like what a sort of a responsibility that like we have, you know, and like I don't think it's bad to aim high. Like I remember people used to say like, oh, you know, SJ, like they're very try hard. It's like, oh, God forbid you should try hard, you know, but like I mean, I was just gonna say like the other day I posted it in the Grotto, that clip of Joe Rogan of him and his guest where this guest was talking about the Kandahar Giant story, right? And Joe Rogan was like, what? Like they just let the giant go, or like, you know, like just kind of just accepting it like completely. And then, you know, this person, like someone in the Grotto, were probably like, my coworker just told me about this story with like absolutely zero skepticism, you know. And like, so like I think that like Joe Rogan does like to people like model a certain way of engaging with information, which is basically like his approach is like just accept uncritically like everything that you say,
like, hit the bong and go.
Source you consult perplexity, just ask perplexity, right? which like is like basically he has like a personal perplexity now is like trained to like cater to him, which is like a whole other sort of problem in terms of like the knowledge economy now. Like I mean even so I'm just saying like I think it is and also like yeah I feel like we both take like knowing things like pretty seriously. So even though like yeah it's odd that like I think almost like again we were kind of talking about this here, but I almost feel like the reason that we're sort of like portrayed as being like
Not
crazy sometimes, or like be like portrayed as like being like
not
not is
serious.
because like we actually do like take it seriously, right? Like we've not like we haven't never made a mistake or never been wrong about anything,
No,
not like not like super often, but now and again, right? But we risk doing that.
Yeah.
Like we risk being wrong about
Yeah.
things. We like actually like investigate things and like try to learn stuff and like take that like the process of learning and knowing seriously. It's not like a bit. It's not like just like
scrolling
totally,
Wikipedia
like entertainment,
and
like yuck it up, like Daily Show, shit.
Yeah.
It's like it's not like if we were wrong, then like we don't actually have responsibility for it because we were joking or like whatever. Like it's, and I think that's like really like that's what people. It's not like anything that we've actually said. I feel like it's that what people consider to be crazy is maybe that I don't know like or that what people react to the most is that, but maybe that's also overstepping. But I'm just saying. But like,
despite what those critics would say, like like actually having a high effort podcast that is like doing sincere like research and legwork for all their episodes is actually like emphatically not the path to like great power and riches in the podcasting world. And for the people that have achieved great great power and influence and riches from it doing low effort stuff, I think it like makes like it's like annoying to like see a little podcast like us like standing on business and like trying or whatever. There's something like annoying about it. And to the people that really like simp for that kind of Daily Show banter, like kind of affect based, like I want to vibe with my online parasocial virtual friends. And just hear them like mock stuff and do bits and make jokes and then like and reaffirm my like political thing every like 5 minutes like through a jokey format, but really just like read Wikipedia and like not try and make it kind of seem not cool and cringe to like care in and like put in work towards caring or like using one's platform to like educate. It's like there needs to be, I don't know, it's a very late American phenomenon. That and very like adolescent. It ends up being much more close to just like pure slop content that doesn't. The very least you like learn some things. You get some good book recommendations from us.
Yeah, no, like I encourage people, as we always have, and I think that people do like engage with like our show critically as well, right?
Oh,
as
yeah,
they should.
yeah.
You should realize, be aware of what it is. I was just trying to find something because actually, like, I remember there was like a great example. Like someone wrote about this. I need to find it. It's gonna take more time because I didn't do it in advance, but someone like because I was thinking about like what are some of the things that we got like dragged over, like and it was like like Cotton Mather, saying Cotton Mather did
that was an early
wrong.
one. Yeah.
But I actually remember that there was a guy who like found like he had done all this work and like found all these like rare sources about Cotton Mather, and like he including like this one source where Cotton Mather had like given this like really like caring, like considerate ministry to like this possessed girl, right? It was like this document where it talked about like how compassionate, like it showed like how compassionate and how like sensitive he was like to the situation, right? And like it didn't like fit that the stereotype of Cotton Mather as like this crazy Puritan who got up the Salem witch trials and everything, right? And we did, I did phrase it in a glib way. However, like the nuance about Cotton Mather wasn't wrong. And like this guy, he actually submitted to an academic press, like saying, like, oh hey, I have all these materials on Cotton Mather. I would like to do like kind of like a critical edition. I think it was Yale University Press. He's like, I want to do a critical edition of all these texts of Cotton Mather. It's so crazy there isn't like a true critical edition of like the collected works of Cotton Mather, right? And they were like, no, like we're not interested. And then they stole his idea. The actual like editor, like who he submitted to, like directly stole his idea and like did it himself.
Wow.
But they like cut out like all these extra materials that he had, right?
Wow.
And there's like other stuff that yeah.
That's a shame. Yeah,
Well, don't say it's the biggest one, Griffin, because that's my fault. So you're making it seem like it's all my fault.
No,
it's
it's
not.
fine.
Anyway,
but
yeah. So and that's an example. Like they kind of reduce. Again, obviously, if you actually read Cotton Mather's work, you do get a more nuanced picture anyway. But like there's an example. Like it's and like really what we people wanted to sort of see it a certain way, I think, and not like really sort of listen to what we were actually saying. And I think that is that's problem. But anyway, we're kind of
yeah. I mean, I just thought another thing, sort of to flip a famous Mao line on its head. I think a thing we focus on a lot is where do incorrect ideas come from? He uses where do good ideas come? Where do correct ideas come from? They don't just fall out of the sky. But we're kind of interested in like where do like these incorrect ideas that are so deeply embedded into our like day-to-day lives and our institutions and our media, because I think we both had kind of racked up a list of things that we'd sort of noticed that were like bullshit, but like everyone just kind of I went through the whole thing of like real kind of researching like actually existing socialism, and even though I'd been kind of a little baby lefty for a while, an Occupy lefty or whatever, like that was a kind of transformative experience of like reading other sources that were just kind of opened my eyes to like the sheer force of like bullshit Cold War propaganda about like state social, actually existing socialism, and how terrible and monolithic and bad like it was without any kind of nuance, and like how so many people, even very like liberal people, all around me just kind of like accepted that, like, and and things about like, the 60s, the Grateful Dead, they were totally like, they represented a valid, legitimate, organic countercultural movement. And then it's like, I mean, even if you don't go as far to say that they were a CIA op from the jump, like they were a creature of establishment forces and then have been like fully recuperated into the establishment and blah, blah, blah. Like we talked about the molding of the neoliberal subject in, relation to that, and kind of like debunking some of these deeply, or the Chomsky's epic. We were pretty fucking early on that. We weren't the only ones, but it was a lonely position in the 2010s to go after Saint Noam, and noticing the ways in which he was compatible as opposed to, against the grain, iconoclastic and dangerous to the establishment, and blah, blah, blah. So, and I think, how do those things develop where somebody amasses this like charismatic authority and they're fucking sus? I think it's a question you can ask left and right and all around these days, as all kinds of, shady actors are, kind of hogging the information space that we all inhabit, and everyone, even in our most vaunted institutions, seems like a little bit, the ones that seem to rise to the top the most are the most infected by it, and it's bad. But I think we have to try. We can't give up on wanting to know stuff as just to navigate our way through this troubling period, because I think they're attacking that specifically now. They're trying to slopify all our brains and make us in a way so they're trying to reverse the 20th century gains, much of it spurred on by actually existing socialism, to like get people to learn how to read and go to school and learn how to think critically. I mean, even in the US, I think they had to do it to compete on the world stage, like, we got to give everybody education, but they've reversed that now. Like decades ago, they realized that was a little too much. We need to Powell memo. We gotta claw this back and then return it to being a thing that the elites get to do. And like, who gets to be the pop star? Nepo babies only. Like you do not get to be in the upper echelon of like the Hunger Games capital unless you're already like in the the inner elite circles, and everyone else is going to get surfified, and have the VR headsets, or Neuralinks slapped into their brain. But actually, I mean, honestly, that might collect. Like, even we haven't talked about AI in a little bit, but I feel like China might have, executed a perfect go maneuver to fuck the U.S. AI industry as like an investment vehicle that's propping up our economy by giving it out open source and like way cheaper. That's a little bit funny to watch, though it might destroy our entire economy. There's a few things threatening to do that now, but anyways.
I just wanted to say, like, in terms of the actual question that came to the end here, like where to begin. Like, I think, like, like, it's funny because you asked, Google, like, Googling the question. It's funny, like, how much the process of Googling a question has changed,
even since 2022.
Because, yeah, if you actually use Google, I mean, they're probably using Google just as, like, a term for using a search engine in general.
Yeah.
Kind of. But, like, if you ask Google itself a question, then it will answer the question, like, with this, like, shitty AI thing that's probably going to be wrong.
Yeah.
But, like, and it kind of, like, almost, like, tries to encourage you to ask, like, actual literal questions as if you're talking to, like, some kind of, subject. But, like, in terms of where to start, like, I mean, Google is, like, not, like, so bad, I guess, like, but there's some other places, like, I would say, like, WorldCat is, like, one place to look, and JSTOR is another place to start, like, looking into a subject,
You can read, like, 100 articles a month for free, usually on JSTOR. Like, that's enough to kind of get you started on something.
And I think that, like, I've never had to do this, but I think that, like, some public libraries might, like, just have JSTOR subscriptions.
I think if you have like an LA public library card, for example, that you can get a kind of JSTOR subscription that opens you up to more than 100 a month. But that's often, I think, I've said this before, one of the reasons I think academic work, like those essays and stuff, like I found a lot of really great book sources because they cite their sources so like meticulously that you look at the footnotes and the endnotes,
the
like
bibliography,
you can find, this sentence is interesting. What is this based on? Go back. There's this like out of print book that, and then you can find it on archive.org or Anna's archive whatever, whatever version exists today. Thankfully, they haven't fully shut down the kind of ability to get like most books. You can find a PDF or an EPUB of, if you know where to look, for free, and old stuff like that. So, that's like it. You kind of go down that rabbit hole of like citations and see what people are, like. Then at least you know that if somebody wrote a book like in the 70s or the 80s or whatever, like and it's like an academic level book or something, or like there's going to be like a certain level of like not slop like going on in it. Like, of course you can get books that are like the mass market kind of paperback books sometimes are a little loosey-goosey, but like you just got to weigh that in the back of your head that that like not every book is, sometimes it's going to be kind of based on hearsay or anonymous interviews, especially with spy stuff. And you just got to kind of like take it in and weigh it and use your best judgment.
When it comes down to it, like primary sources, like when we're doing SJ, like not like, sometimes we just don't have the time to like do the level of research that you would do like for an actual academic article. That's what I mean. Like the podcast, like it's intermediate, it's between like, it like fundamentally has like a different role. And like, that's why like, I think it's important to encourage reading, because like you can't substitute podcasts for reading, that's something that I feel like is important. Like it's not a substitute, like a supplement maybe, maybe to help people like find interesting books or like, interesting articles, something like that, right? But and to, inspire in some way or like, but I think, like, it like,
people, by the way, should check out our summer reading list in Tank Magazine in the summer 2026 issue, which is out. You can find it online. We posted it on our socials, but I think there's a total of like, I don't know, 25 books that we both recommended to check out. Some really good ones in there. But
I forget if there was something else I was gonna say, but in terms of like, where to start, like guys, as we were talking about JSTOR, and also like not only WorldCat, but also like university libraries. Like, even though you might not be able to go to the maybe you can, you sometimes can like access them as a visiting researcher or something like that. But you can also like use their search engine, which often like is pretty good, like, just for free, like on the internet, which often is pretty good. And like things are sorted by subject and things like that. Right. And you can kind of like, if you're interested in a certain area, you can like read that. Oh yeah. What I was saying was that when we're doing SJ, we can't always do like the level of like evaluation. So we sometimes have to take like what secondary sources say, right, and like a way based on secondary sources. But when really, like, if you're really doing a project on something, if you really want to know about something, you have to go to the primary sources. And like when I do my actual academic work, like this is what I do. I don't like read a secondary source and like it says this text says this, like this Arabic text says this. Like, no, I go, even if that text is a manuscript, I like go find that manuscript and like try like figure out what it says, even though no matter how bad the handwriting is, like right, like and like I look at the original source. That's necessary, really, like to truly do like rigorous research about about a context or about a source. Like, you have to go to the primary source. We don't always do that when we're on SJ, just because like of time, like we do this twice a week for hours.
Yeah.
Sometimes we do.
But whenever possible,
not always.
Yeah.
But for like in terms of like your own passion project, that is the ultimate thing is to get to the primary source, whatever it is, whether that's in the, like Michael Aquino's personal papers, or a 15th century manuscript, or whatever it is.
One thing, like, this is a lesson,
and assess those materials on your own, right?
Like that lesson was reinforced for me when I was like doing the earlier parts of Demon Forces about Liberia, because I had read books in the past. I'd kind of researched it before, and then gradually kind of realized these were secondary source books, and sometimes they had, a little bit of a sloppy Western kind of lens on it. Then I find this book that was weirdly, the Niels Hahn book that is written by a PhD guy. It's published by like the Curtis LeMay Institute of like Air Doctrine or something by the Air Force. So I'm like, okay, that's sus. But it actually turned out to be, I think, one of those situations where like the military wanted a very clear-eyed book about, like, they saw it advantageous to have a very clear-eyed, well-documented book about like what the history of U.S. military operations in Liberia was. And then when I started looking into it, like his book is so much stronger because a lot of it, and this is partially timing, is based on the Truth and Reconciliation Commission direct testimonies of Liberian people and politicians and soldiers and whatever that were involved in these historical events personally, telling at a long length like their personal story of like what happened. And that's really where you get like the really solid like noited shit about this guy from the U.S. Embassy came in and like had a shadowy conversation, and then Charles Taylor said there wasn't going to be a ceasefire, and then we found out later, or like Larry Eagleburger like sat back in his chair and like lit a cigarette and is like, we planned it, like Liberia's going to be destroyed, there's nothing you can do about it. And it's like, what the fuck? But that wasn't in any of the serious books, about the struggle, blah blah blah. But it was like Emmanuel Bowyer, one of the government officials, like saying like, no, like this fucking. I was in Oliver North's office and they fucking told me that, like it really, at least it comes to life. I mean, what do we really have when we're talking about primary sources? We're listening to somebody who was there tell us what they saw, right? And they could have their own agenda. They could be spinning it in a certain way. You always have to keep that, but at least
right. Yeah.
Like, what better thing do we have than when anything happens? Oh, let's talk to somebody who saw it. Right.
Yes. And that's way different from actually having that testimony like recorded like verbatim.
Yeah.
That's different from like Lake Headley like saying, I heard someone say, right. That's like a whole order of difference, right? And hearing someone say that Lake Headley said is a whole other order of magnitude away.
I forget if you got affidavits from people who directly gave oral testimony that they saw
I wasn't able to find it. Like I
don't know if it was ever released or somebody has
it. His affidavit. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I would like to. Yeah, I'd like to track that down one day.
There. Yeah.
But yeah, you have to like those things do matter. I mean, it doesn't mean that secondary information's all like kind of fake and it's an op and bullshit.
No.
I mean, what we do is like secondary in this to the extent that we're trying to parse primary sources and secondary sources and like come up with a kind of thesis
like
or
I
an
said,
argument.
It's you can almost say it's tertiary. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
it's like
yeah.
this is kind of like if like this is a unique thing in a way. I mean, like as Griffin said, like even the gatekeeping is behind academic universe, especially another fact in the deliteracy push. I agree. Like this is like that's another part. Like this is like not in a way like part of that kind of like it's like unique kind of adjunct to no pun intended to that conversation like that goes on like in these like in the ivory tower like we have a different audience, right? Like there's obviously overlap, there's crossover, but I think it's good to reach beyond like the idea that like this is only for certain special chosen smarty people who
Right.
get to go to the special,
And then it gets filtered down
thing,
to like the right kind
like,
of New Yorker journalists who then kind of explain it to the PMC class, and then it can kind of trickle down from there.
And then those journalists go and do their interview on the podcast and they explain everything. Like they explain everything.
Yeah. This
and
trickle down kind
the
of
hosts
thing.
tell bits, and then exactly.
We want to kind of I think that intermediary I think we do occupy an intermediary space between like we are much more research based than most podcasts and put in much more effort than your average podcast does, but it is not as much as like doing a full book or like an academic paper. It is more a little more loose and like conversational and often based on parsing secondary sources, but I think it's a good bridge, between those two things.
Yeah, we like I feel like I'm like in a career like transition in limbo, and eventually I would like to do some more like writing that's kind of like connected to the podcast, because writing is a very different thing, and it's very very important like type of very different from talking.
It is. Even doing our little book recs felt like different, like the way I think we're both decent, Should SJ launch a Substack chat?
Writers,
let us know. We have one, but we don't post anything on it, but we have people following it. Stay tuned. I think that could be a good thing.
We definitely should.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm trying to think like did I leave out anything in terms of places to start? Like I think I named them, like university library search engines, WorldCat, JSTOR, and search engines are okay, but they're like Google Books, like for keywords, like they do have everything scanned in there. And some of those books I guess have been shredded and destroyed. Just and they'll never exist anywhere else.
But there are free university collections. Like I think it was on JSTOR that we found. I mean, we stumbled on the archive of every Ramparts and Berkeley Barb issue. With the Berkeley having every issue of the Berkeley Barb like scanned, it was like an amazing. It colored, I think, our whole like SLA series so much more than if we hadn't looked direct. Even though that is kind of secondary, but actually not really. It's like Colston Westbrook was publishing in
a primary source.
It is a primary. It has Russ Little like communiques in it. Like it's directly interfacing with the story.
From the period, it is like it's the closest thing to a historical primary source that like one could have. Like I mean, SLA communiques and like Dragon magazine; those are all primary sources.
I mean, I spent hours ripping all those tapes because I wanted everybody to hear them like directly, like not just a little tiny clip and then we talk about it, but like hear them. I want to hear Sinkyu's entire monologue about like you do indeed know me.
There's a there's a spectrum, but that's mostly what like historical primary sources are like. They do have like a very clear point of view, and like their relationship to like the reality of what happened, maybe is not is certainly less than I would say 1-to-1, right? And that's like a big thing about like these like who had the opportunity to write, right? Who like had the ability, the access to a press to generate this opinion, and what voices are lost. It's always something to consider, right? But I mean, there's much that could be said about that, but I think we covered a lot of things. But I mean, it's something that I feel like I appreciated this question from Dakota, and I was excited to do this one because it's something that I care a lot about, and I hope is a comes through as part of the podcast, because like it's something that I think about all the time, is like how people are evaluating what they know, and I do think that it is like a core part of SJ. Like kind of like the part, one of the big, there's many theses, I guess, in the show, but one of them is definitely
Yeah.
like, um sort of these problems of like different sort of epistemological norms, right? And how to reconcile them, and where they overlap, and when the sort of like sharp borders drawn between them are less sharp than or less stark, or less fixed than it's sometimes made out to be.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. All right.
No, I definitely don't think, to the question that someone asked just now, do you have a guilty conscience about being a book hog? I certainly don't think so, because like now people are like straight up like destroying books, and like to just sick thing. It like makes me sick, honestly.
Yeah, I saw
Like,
the video of that
did
like
you read the
Anthropic
story?
Factory just like
Yeah.
chopping the spine off of like a million books, and
Oh my God.
like I do
Yeah.
think, yeah, like I've kind of, just for money reasons, and also I think my place is just full of like old books, but like, I'd say that's not a bad. There could be worse little side hobbies to like spend whatever extra money you have right now on buying some of these old books that, you can still get a lot of them like pretty cheap, but there's a hungry hippo buying all of them up right now, with the full endorsement of Stuart Brand, to destroy all of them and, just use them for their secret closed AI model. And there might come a time when they start to restrict, the digital access might not be as open as it is now. You see them go after like archive.org and
Yeah.
the LibGen
After
and
they
Anna's
benefited
Archive.
from it, like they of course downloaded all of LibGen and all of archive.org, and like mined it for content, and that then they go after it.
Yeah.
They want everyone to turn into a Joe Rogan, where all you do is ask Perplexity.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and just take the automated Jamie.
That's what they
Jamie,
want,
what
yeah.
was this? Like, yeah, but like worse than even Jamie. Like a
Well,
stupid
now, like,
robot
yeah,
that lies.
like if you watch it like recently or like lately, like a lot of what he does is ask Perplexity.
Damn.
Right.
Which company is Perplexity?
I don't actually know. I feel like it's like a gestalt of like different AI models. I think it's its own company, Perplexity AI. It's an American privately held software company offering a web search engine that processes user queries and synthesizes responses. So I think like its real-time search engine is called Sonar, and based on Meta's Llama model.
Based on Meta.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Yeah, that's
I wonder if
what
he's
it
getting a
says,
little
yeah.
endorsement bucks too. Yeah, there's a
No,
Reddit
he definitely.
here.
It's
What
like,
happened
It is
to
sponsored by
Perplexity?
Perplexity. He doesn't use it like it's not. Yeah, he's sponsored.
Yeah, yeah.
Perplexity.
Somebody posted 21 days ago on the Perplexity AI subreddit. What happened to Perplexity? 6 months ago, I told people that Perplexity had replaced about half the internet for me. Wow, but fast forward today, I almost never use it, and when I do, I'm disappointed. It hallucinates constantly, gives me information I didn't ask for, and keeps getting thinner in what the subscription provides. Wow. I looked at the top charts of like what
I
AI
guess it
models
uses
are
different
using.
back-end models.
Yeah. I looked at a
like,
chart yesterday of what was using the most like AI tokens, like what's just the biggest in terms of overall usage. And it does seem that the top 10 are all Chinese AI like companies or LLMs now. And like Claude, OpenAI are in like 10 to 20. Like they've been bumped maybe just in the last month or two out of the top
I
10.
imagine that like people in China use Chinese LLMs more.
Yeah,
right?
but also they're open source, and there's actually an interesting fight developing right now where a lot of Silicon Valley is going and lobbying Trump, telling him to not ban like Chinese open source LLMs, because I guess like Microsoft and Amazon, companies like that, they sell cloud computing. Right. So like I guess from their view, there might be more to it, but they don't care what AI is being used as long as more AI is being used, because that means more compute, more money for them. Whereas OpenAI and Anthropic are like pushing back really hard and like hitting the panic alarm about how this is so bad, and like we need to protect American IP, and it's dangerous that China is like blah blah blah, and so they're lobbying for Trump to be like, I'm going to ban all Chinese LLMs. But the problem is it's like open source. So like people all around the world and in China are going to use it because it's basically as good but cheaper. It's much more energy efficient than the closed American AI, dominators right now. And so they're at a total competitive disadvantage. But of course, like I think they're trying to like launch IPOs right now. The whole economy is like built on them achieving AGI or whatever the fuck. So like if they went to an open, source model, that would like liquidate the value that the huge bubble value they've built up. So they have to like come up with some excuse why closed source is better. And so it's funny how it's almost, there is a kind of ironic flip of, if you go back to like the 90s, like China had the great firewall and like wouldn't let American companies in, and America was all about heckin' open source, like just let it spread, man. And it's going to take over everything, which was pretty successful. There's always been those two philosophies in Silicon Valley, like the closed garden versus just like let it spread, and then that's going to create prosperity and infrastructure and innovation and all. But now China's the one that's like going all in on open source, just give it out, and it's backed by state subsidies and investment, etc. And so I guess even the NVIDIA CEO is lobbying to like don't ban open source. Like there's some kind of battle going on behind the scenes right now where I feel like like Sam Altman and the Dario guy, like they must be sweating a little bit because their AI god is still quite a ways away, and China might have just like Uno reversed them and totally undercut their entire business model and the whole paradigm of like private for-profit AI development, and thus it would just like deflate the bubble that has been built up, so I don't know. It's interesting thing to keep an eye on. We'll see if it really if it develops that way. China also, I believe, passed a law that bans like romantic interactions with LLMs now.
How are they going to enforce that?
I think it might be on the companies themselves. Like they have to put in like barriers. Yeah. And in fact, I think they've kind of unleashed a whole thing. Like this is, I guess, the kind of emerging paradigm of AI in China is that it is not like a person or like your friend or your lover or your spiritual advisor or anything human. Like I think religious organizations have been prohibited from using AI in like spiritual services at all. Whereas I hear American megachurches are just like mainlining the AI slop, AI Jesus slop, like into all their sermons and just totally love it.
I was sending you some of those like boomer slop AI videos.
It's like always like an old man who they underestimate.
Like, it's like like for some reason his face is always like shifting between like Clint Eastwood and like William Dafoe. Because I guess can only make like one scene at a time, and there's like no continuity between them. But it's always it's kind of like a Gran Torino sort of scenario usually. Like he's always like got to defend his home or something.
And they underestimate him.
Really underestimate him.
Everyone's always screaming at the top of their lungs for no reason. Like every line, get on the ground. Like like every Divo shot, like the blocking is totally different. Like people are standing in different places, or like it honestly gives you like almost gives you a stroke, like trying to watch it. But
it's so crazy because like we also had to like see these like delusional posts, like look out Hollywood, like here comes AI. Like we're gonna, but. I don't know. Maybe that person isn't paying for the great model because, of course, you gotta turn out.
I don't know. And yet, how do these Iranian Zoomers keep pumping out these excellent Lego rap videos that presumably use AI but are like thematically coherent and like actually funny? Like it's interesting.
I guess they don't have to like have like a music video is a little bit different because like the storytelling is more impressionistic. It's like scene by.
Yeah, every shot is kind of like a slightly different thing, but it has so many motifs built into it that are very like specific. Like now Trump has a Lego diaper around him when he's like stomping around, and he's like munching on pizza, which seems to be a reference to Pizzagate. There's a new song called like Don't Stop Talking About Epstein or something where it's just like mocking him, and the American people are marching in the streets chanting Epstein, and he's like
I think I've seen
he's in like the White House like with like the devil and Netanyahu like munching pizza furiously wearing a diaper, and it's just like wow, the concentration of like memes making fun of Trump here is like so like, it's like one shot of Marco Rubio. He's at a foam party. I'm like, damn, that's a deep cut. Good. Wow. Like, I'm impressed. Like, everyone forgets
Looking
about the
at
foam
this,
parties.
like, yeah, but you can see how like each one is kind of like one AI tableau. Where if you had to like shoot.
I guess it's easy to do Lego people, like Iranian IRGC Lego man with a beard. Like, that's kind of like simple, so it's like repeatable. Yeah. They must be running something through Suno a million times to have a rap that is that like dense and has that many like jokes and sort of like puns and insults like packed into it. Whatever they're doing, it makes me wonder, like, the slop problem almost might, like, part of that might be like the entire American paradigm towards like and maybe just our cultural sickness in general. Like, that's why American AI is so particularly brain rotted and slopped out. Whereas when you see it like in China, it's being integrated like in this open source way into all kinds of like industrial processes, and it's meant to be like a computer that like helps make things more efficient. And it's like emphatically not a person or a god or like a thing, like a personality with a spirit.
I mean,
a
lot of like AI is like the idea of AI is in like the branding. Like a lot of it is like an evolution of things that like kind of existed before, as I think we've said in the past. Right?
Yeah.
Like but like there is this kind of I think that's like the I think we said this before. Like the difference like is that there is like less mysticism around it. Like I remember like reading some kind of like survey or poll. Again, I don't know like how accurate this is, but like it like something about like how like in China like the like feeling of like optimism about AI or like the sort of satisfaction with AI is much higher than the satisfaction with AI in the United States.
Mm-hmm.
And like my again, this is my interpretation of that data, but that like insofar as like it reflects actual sentiments, like would be that like part of the problem is that in America, like where AI is supposed to literally like be like the Messiah, is supposed to literally be like a deity,
and it's going to take your job.
View it as like an effective tool. Yeah,
right. It's like it's going to take your job, destroy the environment, like lead to data centers everywhere, and then you have to worship as a god.
And like, even the very idea that like it's going to take your job is like part of this kind of like over like
fear cycle, like a fear hype.
This hype.
Yeah,
exactly. That has to has to be like it's necessary because like our whole economy is running on like the promise and the hype of this technology,
right? And I think it might be close to I don't want to wish cast too hard and say that like it might be really just about to like shit the bed and collapse on itself, but I've heard people even saying like that dangerous breakout like a week or so ago of the Hugging Face company where like OpenAI LLMs like broke free and hacked into something else, and Sam Altman is like giving interviews like it's the first thing that really scared me. It's just so powerful that we need more regulation and like law. Like we need to. It's just I'm afraid of what it might do next, like or kind of thing. And like a lot of people were like, interesting, like the right after China releases like this open source paradigm that totally threatens your like closed thing, you come up with this like incident that's like a perfect excuse for why it needs to remain closed, because it's like we can't possibly allow these Chinese ones to run around, because just imagine what they'll do. Like AI is so powerful and dangerous that only Sam Altman and the Dario guy can be trusted to safeguard it, to make it like the one AI that will
that's
rule
like
the
another
world.
form of like I mean it's kind of like how Elon is like always saying he does the same thing he does with like how like we're gonna have self-driving cars in 1 year, like he's been saying that for like the last like 20 years, like in about 6 months we'll be ready to roll out fully self-driving on every highway in America, like he's been saying that for like
they just say it.
Literally like decades, and they do that now, like he does it the same thing. You can tell it's bullshit because of the way he talks about AI, like he's like and by 2030, everything will be done by robots, and you'll be able to say to a computer in your wall, "Give me anything," and it will give it to you.
We're really literally in the genie phase now. Years? Like there will be a genie any day now that will grant every wish.
Sam Altman said like we're close to creating a genie that can grant any wish.
But he kept going in that interview and kept referring back to the genie like metaphor as like, but you see when we get some of these wonderful wishes granted, it's going to be like so transformational that we're going to have to decide like which wishes we want to grant first,
Folks.
that will maximize like the benefit of humanity, and then we can move on to like other tiers of wishes to ask the genie. Just like, bro, what the fuck
if the genie can grant any wish, why can't it just grant all wishes of any priority simultaneously?
I guess you have to go in.
Who's the wish maker in this case?
Well, yeah, I mean,
they are the wish. Yeah, they're the ones who get to make the wish.
He was really characterizing it as like sitting like in a a temple, rubbing a lamp or something, and like asking, what's the first, like as if it's gonna like genie solve world hunger, and then like that'll happen first, and then these people are deluded, and they're like they've been grifting on like a massive bubble.
Quite possibly, they're literally imagining. They might be, beset by Jinn. There's a reason why. It's kind of like how the AI kept talking about goblins at one point because it had goblins in its training data like too many times or something.
Well, did you see that article I sent you about, I think yesterday, about the cool rabbi in Berkeley that is advising all the AI people
about AI ethics.
Yeah, he had his first spiritual epiphany at Burning Man, but then later went to work for the DoD in the 2010s, and now is like a progressive, like a renewal rabbi or something that advises on ethics to like, I guess, Anthropic and OpenAI and all these other people. Like that article, it's like it starts out, you're like, wow, this is sus, and then the sus factor just keeps like exploding with every interview question. I'm like, really it's just all about being on the playa, listening to psytrance and like understanding what ethics is. Like, oh my god. These people are fucking cooked. They got nothing. Like I hope they get spanked. They deserve it. Just like cosmically, like they're such fraudsters and sickos. So, anyways, maybe we should move on to the next question here.
Yeah. Yeah.
I guess you can read that.
Yeah, but folks, they're consulting with Jinn. They've got Jinn on the brain. They've got Jinn possibly in the brain. Okay, yeah, I'll read this. Cathode Rave asks on November 25th, 2022. Two-part question. One, what are your takes on the origin of HIV? And two, did the South Africans get any approval before? Were they the only country to infect a target population with this virus? Thoughts?
Those are... Yeah.
I kind of think that I don't think that HIV was like engineered or was a bioweapon, but maybe that's not the best. I think that maybe it was a bioweapon, but it was not like an engineered virus.
Like it was found, and identified.
It was like a naturally emergent virus, but it was kind of used in a bioweapon type way, based on like the policy is what made it kind of a bioweapon against certain undesirable communities.
It was.
That's my take on it. I like maybe I could change my mind, but I feel like HIV emerged naturally, but I don't think HIV was a lab leak or like a Fort Detrick like lab release style situation. I think it was something that did happen naturally, but then like in terms of the policy around HIV and AIDS,
right? I think definitely
it took on bioweapon characteristics
in a broadly defined sense. It's funny. Dr. Fauci, who was a big factor in the AIDS response in the 80s, was just on Capitol Hill this week, and I think he gave a very Epstein-like 111 I plead the fifth responses. To people like haranguing him about COVID and everything, and like that, I think the overall response and lack of response, and giving people like toxic cocktails of drugs like AZT, and the way it spread in Africa. I think there were like a broadly defined bioweapon aspect. As to the acute thing, it's something I've looked into before. I've always wanted to do meant to for us to do an episode one day to kind of break it down, because I think the main source of the idea that it was literally a bioweapon was from this East German, like a DDR doctor, I think his name is Jakob Siegel, who wrote a book in the 80s that, caused a little bit of a ruckus and was like repeated by like the Soviet press, where he postulated that there was something called like Operation Infection with a K, like Mortal Kombat, that was developed out of Fort Detrick, and I forget in like the 50s or the 60s or something. And then they developed this like, immune attacking virus, and then maybe released it in the Congo or something like that. And then it spread. I think there was kind of like a Haitian network between traveling between like Africa and Haiti, and then certain places with Haitian populations, like in Florida and the East Coast, that early in its spread. And basically, this is like a racist eugenicist bioweapon by the U.S. imperialists and their allies to depopulate like the global South. And also, I forget if Siegel makes this argument, but to kind of like kill off the gay community to a large degree, which it did. I mean, and that's commonly thought of, and it had a particular susceptibility for African people, like sub-Saharan African people. There's some kind of gene that makes it like particularly, I guess, like either contagious or deadly, I believe.
I don't know. Is it genetic, or is it just like
or it's like a genetic expression thing that has to do with like malaria. Like there's a higher resistance to like malaria or something like that.
I think you're thinking of like the sickle cell anemia thing.
I don't know if that's
right?
exactly related. I remember old head Dave Emery, who would go on do a bunch of like HIV sus origin kind of episodes, would often bring up that there was like one like gene that like pure Aryan like Northern Europeans had, who were descendants of, I guess, people maybe who survived the bubonic plague. And it's like very specifically in like German and Scandinavian populations, like only. And I guess like that gene is like very protective against HIV, where like it doesn't, like, you develop into AIDS if you get HIV and you have like this gene. I'd have to go honestly double.
Is that true? Yeah.
I remember looking up like the gene is real. His interpretation of it being that like cut and dry might not be. I do believe there is like, at least there's like a statistical kind of trend line of, like African Americans in America dying at higher rates. I don't know if that has to do with socioeconomic factors or access to treatment and things like that, or if it's like some genetic variation thing, which, kind of does make you think like Josef Mengele is cooking this up at Colonia Dignidad to target, classic enemies of Nazism, like black people and gay people, gay people who are like leftists, et cetera, et cetera. Like I'd have to go back and really do like a deep dive to like speak on that. However, like it's widely considered to be debunked disinformatia, like, just to be clear. Like, I mean, most of the overall scientific establishment has tossed out Jakob Siegel's book as like dastardly Stasi propaganda to like attack the Reagan administration, who were admittedly like dragged their feet and did nothing about AIDS as it spread for like most of his administration.
I mean, back when it was like grids, like or HHH, right? There was like basically no concern about it at all, and like this was like it was devastating to like certainly like like there is like I mean, especially like at that time, before Obergefell or whatever the ruling was for gay marriage, like that there was like a subcultural character to the gay community, and like it's certainly like a political character, right, that was to some undesirable, right? And like the I mean, I don't need to say this, right? It's obvious that why like someone like Ronald Reagan would like not care, or like his administration would not care, and in fact perhaps be pleased or gratified by this. Right?
Even with such prominent gay men in their own ranks, like, well, his friend Rock Hudson, Hollywood star who died of AIDS, and Roy Cohn, Trump's mentor, who also died of AIDS. and Trump was too grossed out to go visit him in the hospital. He was too freaked out by it. But there's a lot of fear around that, when it spread, that like they didn't know how it spread and all this other stuff. So, after this period from probably the late 60s onward, where there was like this idea of gay liberation and more acceptance, you certainly saw that in like the disco culture of the late 70s. It kind of reached like a peak. And then suddenly this virus comes along and just boom, tears through this entire community. And I think like Fran Lebowitz always said that this is like a generational loss for like all of culture. Was like, you don't understand how many just like amazingly brilliant like artists and fashion designers and writers and musicians and shit in New York. Like all my wonderful gay friends who were like so talented all wiped out. Like I saw
it disproportionately killed people at the top of their fields. Like
I guess it did it? Did it kill people?
Yeah, it did. That's true.
Interesting.
And
it was like a purge of kind of the intelligentsia and like professional class.
Right. Yeah.
In
that's
the
what
urban
Fran
areas.
Lebowitz said that it was like the audience also was affected.
Right. And I don't think I got a chance to mention all of it, but like when we're reading through like the Altered State book about the origins of house, like bracketed after like almost like half of the early like house DJs in Chicago, like the black house DJs that DJed in these gay clubs, are like so-and-so who died of AIDS complications in like 1993. Like so many of them didn't make it beyond the 90s. Like Arthur Russell, Patrick Coley, who were two white gay pioneers of like high energy, like disco electronic dance music. They died of AIDS. Even I noticed this week, weirdly, like right after we mentioned the B-52s in our Electrifying Mojo Detroit episode, like something happened on my X feed where all I'm getting is like B-52 like videos now, and people being like, "Oh my god, like they're so good." But I actually didn't know that the guitarist Billy Wilson died of AIDS in 1985. I think he was the brother of Cindy, one of the lead singers, and he was like a really like groundbreaking kind of innovative guitarist, and got AIDS. He's dead. Tom Fogerty from our favorite boomer rock band CCR got it from a blood transfusion. Boom, dead in 1990. Like it just wiped out. It was so. It felt like that. Like there was a Dracularity to it, right? In the peak era of like Reagan reaction and a return to like moral conservative values. Suddenly, it's like, oh, they need to be taken down a size. They've gotten too open, too powerful. Harvey Milk was killed by like some kind of internal Gladio thing, but like he was an example of like the growing political power of like the organized gay community, and like so I'm like very open. I'm not gonna like when anybody starts like exploring whether or not this was to some extent like either created or modified or even just seeded like in certain places. That kind of leads to the second question, which sort of presupposes that like somebody did deploy it.
It's kind of begging the question. Yeah, exactly. Like, was it only South Africa, or did like the U.S. also do it?
Well,
like simultaneously.
I do believe this has come up before in one of our episodes. We talked about this. The one I think that what this might be referring to is there was that documentary, A Cold Case Hammarskjöld, that came out maybe like 10 years ago, and they interview. It's kind of like a weird thing about like trying to prove that Dag Hammarskjöld's plane was like shot down by like fascist Belgian like mercenaries or something in the early 60s because he was supporting like these anti-colonial movements like Lumumba and stuff. And he ends up like the documentarian ends up I think interviewing like a former South African like apartheid era special forces guy who if I recall correctly, was named Alex Jones, no relation, and he gives this like very disturbing interview where he says like, oh yeah, like back in like the 80s and like the early 90s, like I guess before apartheid like ended, like we'd go in the villages and we'd set up the health clinics and we'd give them so-called vaccinations, and it was actually HIV was in those vaccinations. And that was like a program that we did to spread it in the black population, and like this guy straight up says that that's the one time like there might be more allegations or material out there. I'd like to, if anybody knows any books that like dig into that. It just seemed like he could have been bullshitting, but it's like, why would you bullshit about that in a documentary? Like, I don't know. Like, that's like a really...
He may have believed it.
So, I mean, because what it is interesting, like, it does start to spread primarily among the gay community in, like America primarily, like throughout the 80s. But then it's like a little bit later that I feel like it really kicks off in Africa, in like sub-Saharan Africa, and definitely in South Africa. And this is right around the time that apartheid is ending, like we said, and Nelson Mandela becomes president. And it's supposed to be like black people have political representation and power for the first time in South Africa. And then, oh, dang, like such poor timing, a virus is going to come and kill like tens of millions of you. And like really go primarily black South Africans. Oops! Like, was that the last jab of like a dying regime on its way out? That like they're gonna kind of fix the population imbalance a little bit. They're gonna put a dent in it by setting up, like by inflaming, this in rural villages all over. Could be. It was an apartheid bad government, and that guy. Again, that's a primary source. You definitely have to take that with a grain of salt because it's a pretty extreme confession to make in a documentary that is going to be put out far and wide. But I don't like the South African special services. Like in that era, were up to some very sus shit. I think there was also they were doing stuff with drugs as well. Like importing, I think, a lot of ecstasy.
Well, what like certainly has to be recognized is that like whether or not like they like created this virus and like the thing that I think is like I think that it's less like it lends itself less to that kind of theory than COVID. I feel like COVID like kind of lab leak or like bioweapon theories like given its origins. Like it, like the sort of the murkiness of its origins, it makes more sense. More sense.
Yeah.
I think that like there have been like there's like a clear like predecessor of HIV, right? And like it, I think they've traced it like more reliably, and it always had kind of been traced more reliably, I believe, like to like monkeys.
And like usually the bushmeat trade, and probably it jumped in the early like the 1920s. Even like I guess they found DNA, they found like flesh samples or blood samples or whatever that go back like way before, like back to like the 50s that have HIV positive blood. So there is a case one could make for a gradual like zoonotic origin that jumps to humans, and then somehow it got like somebody picked it up and then went left Africa and then went to another area and then maybe spread it. The interesting thing though, like in the African experience, is that it went from being something that was primarily spread among like the gay community, if we're talking about sexual transmission, primarily among the gay male community, to something that was passed heterosexually among like men and women, which like the rate I think of HIV in some of the parts of like southern and central Africa got like the shockingly high like in the late 90s and early 2000s, and then it seems to, I think it's sort of dropped off a little bit. But like these are also people that are have much less access to the kind of life-saving medications that were designed in the 90s, that now it's not a death sentence anymore. But like if you're in a remote village or something along those lines, there's no like clinic, or nobody donates the medicine, like people are going to die that maybe wouldn't have to. And I'd say like also the going around to villages and pretending to be a vaccine thing and giving people HIV, that doesn't necessarily mean that it was like the virus was made in a biolab. It could be a totally natural thing. All that would mean is that some Secret Service like got samples of it, and then we're like, okay, we're going to like clone this and then put it into like vaccines, like it, and just use it's a nature created it, but we're going to use it as a weapon. That's a possibility. That's a little lower of a bar of like it's maybe a little bit easier to believe that some evil secret unit of South African special forces might want to do something like that in like the late 80s or early 90s. And it wouldn't involve some, secret Nazi lab or Fort Detrick or anything.
Yeah, you wouldn't. Yeah, it wouldn't even need to be. We're an existing virus, like that type of stuff, like I guess bioterrorism, which of course we don't condone, whether by state or non-state actors. But it's relatively easy, right? Like you just need it's relatively easy to get a little bit of smallpox.
Ebola,
and to do this, right? You wouldn't need to clone HIV, right? You just need an infected.
You just infect blood samples.
Substance.
It's just like how the blood transfusion thing got a bunch of people infected, like probably off of one person who was positive. That then. I don't know. Maybe that. I don't know if the blood is ever mixed after it's taken with other people's blood. But I guess if you did do that, it would blood that is the virus spreads through bodily fluid contact. I guess so. I think I'm not a epidemiologist or whatever, or a virologist. But
Amp Gorky in the chat says it was created. There's so little interest in the AIDS. Conspiracy research community. One has to read vastly to get a hold of it all, in my experience. Randy Schiltz and Harvey Milker sus agents. Those narratives are, contrived. Yeah, I mean, well, certainly. I was going to say about this sort of the vaccination story or the fake vaccination story is that type of thing happened a lot, fake vaccinations that had some kind of Tuskegee experiments,
they did
even the Bin Laden fake hepatitis vaccine thing in Pakistan.
In Pakistan, the Hep B vaccine trials in the 70s. I think AMP Gorky is saying. I think I read a little bit about that. That was some really sus shit. Yeah.
So there's definitely a precedent for that, and that's almost even part of the reason why I could see someone, if it's that one story, I could see that being, obviously it's someone's testimony, so it's you can't totally assess its truth, but that could be based on they could know what they were doing, or they could know they were involved in some kind of sus thing, but not exactly the nature of it. But certainly your point is true that it did converge on communities that were it's certainly its impact on marginalized communities or politically undesirable communities was definitely disproportionate. Right.
Yeah, and then used to kind of fuel a moral panic and a bit of a a backlash, a retreat from which I think it was eventually overcome throughout the 90s, but a step back away from accepting gay culture and gay people, gay men, because there's this scary virus that and of course all the attendant moral judgments about why they go to these clubs and bathhouses and blah blah blah. This is God's the evangelical movement in the 80s just totally ate it up. This is God's divine punishment for sinful behavior. This proves Sodom and Gomorrah, etc. It fed a lot of reactionary things. The Roosh movement wanted, got an initiative on the California ballot to put gay people in concentration camps and quarantine them. Some dark impulses really came out of it. I think it's right to be suspicious. A.M.P. Gorky says we really had to get down to the primary sources. We had to read all the gay magazines from the late 70s. You know what? Maybe we will. Maybe we will one day.
Yeah.
I love the underground press of the 70s. It's and all the so-called non-gay ones are full of porn ads anyway, so I think we're kind of used to it at this point.
I'm I can only imagine what the kind of ideas that people had about the sort of treatment of, or just the policy around the virus or that. If I were in that situation, it would be impossible not to suspect that the virus was
deliberately
created as a bioweapon.
And at the very least, even if it wasn't,
if I were a black person in South Africa or in or gay person in the United States, it would be impossible not to think that.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah.
Not at least to consider the possibility. Um,
No, definitely.
like
Even if it did come out of a zoonotic origin originally, it getting sort of seeded into communities on another continent, like at various any point, and then the neglect, like the kind of structural, like total neglect of like dealing with it for years, just letting it kill tons of people, and being like, oh, we don't really know what it is. Too bad, like that can see you're kind of like in effect. It's like it is a kind of a slow motion genocide, a sort of hidden genocide, genocidal policy in a way, kind of eugenic in a way. Like it's kind of a eugenic policy of like, oh, we're gonna explicitly let you die and not do anything about this. So yeah, and whether they put it there to begin with, I think it's still a question worth exploring, though.
Yeah. I'm not sure. Yeah, like yeah, I remember like, who was like the gay leader who was like very critical of Fauci, at least at first. I think that he might have,
yeah. I forget the journal. I had their book. I remember reading part of their book in the 80s that oh wait, no, that might be a different person, but there was a good book about kind of like the gay activist community fighting back and like fighting. Yeah, somebody like called Fauci like a murderer and like a Nazi for like
it was Larry Kramer.
Larry Kramer, that's it. Yeah.
Yeah. Yes. Your refusal to hear the screams of AIDS activists early in the crisis resulted in the deaths of thousands of queers.
Yeah.
They eventually reconciled, I think, but and like became friends. But first
Fauci grew. Fauci learned. Unlike this time where Fauci just takes the fifth, and I mean, I get that. Like, no, it's not cool because like the right wing chuds are, like I feel like it's even still so weirdly policed and polarized now. Like talking about Fauci 6 years later, that like, what are you, a Maha person? Like a blah blah blah. Why are you so obsessed? But I'm like, I think he was probably sus. Like, like I don't, maybe he's covering for even higher up people, but like he did lie about a lot of shit. And like, he also doesn't seem like a good person. He seems like a narcissist. So, having to go through whatever he's going through. Some people I think, feel like obliged to defend him or just like, it's such a nothing burger or whatever. But, I don't know. Even with his AIDS stuff, he was a little bit some questionable decisions, I would say. And I guess the sainthood around him is still relatively strong. That's pretty hardcore behavior to just go and like answer like what day is it today? I'm invoking the Fifth Amendment. Like, what color tie are you wearing? I invoke the Fifth Amendment. Mm-hmm. So I don't know. But and he was preemptively pardoned. That's a little bit weird, but I would imagine that like maybe he was an important player in a larger game. It wasn't just that's also annoying when like Conservaslop is like, we gotta throw Fauci in jail, like he came up with all this because he's a communist or something like that. And it's like, no, obviously like Fauci wouldn't do that unless there was some kind of like wink like do it, like you'll get away, like you should do this because there's a higher objective or directive to, I don't know, or maybe he just, he got the Wuhan thing set up and then he wasn't directly involved in maybe the leaking of it, but then was like perfectly positioned, the perfect guy who would want to cover up where it actually came from because his reputation would be fucked. Like, even on that, like, smaller level. Yeah. Like, if he's the guy who moved this research after, like, Obama, like, said you shouldn't do it. Like, he moved it to Wuhan, to some, like, fucking DARPA lab, and then it, like, caused all this, then, like, he sucks. Like, fire him. You know what I mean? It's like, fuck you, dude. Like, what you created this fucking virus? Like, even if it wasn't a sinister global conspiracy, that would be a career ender for his great, brilliant career. And he decided to go hard in like the opposite direction and just gaslight his way through. And the powers that be seemed to like that a lot. Like, it was useful for the biggest wealth transfer in history for him to be Mr. Expert. So yeah, I don't know. Fuck Fauci. but not in a
he's
Maha
definitely
way.
like, yeah, I mean, I feel like many people don't even realize like his kind of history with AIDS and how like people like yeah, how he was like, it's interesting, he was the target of like like he was the target of AIDS activists like very heavily, right? Like they, yeah, as we were just talking about, like it's yeah, he's definitely been around for a long time, as we've talked about.
Yeah, it's sad that the most
I feel like
thorough.
if
It's sad the most thorough takedown of him is like a book by RFK in like 2021, where he really goes like incredibly hard on like at length about all the AIDS stuff and like Fauci like let all these people die, and on like different trials and the AZT and how horrible it was, and it's like just like the vaccine, it was like he was killing people left and right. And Larry Kramer hated him, but now that's poison because RFK is like a freak himself, and is doing what he's doing. So Fauci kind of almost gets off scot-free because like the only people that accuse him are sus.
He was kind of like the anti-science person who was like kind of like forestalling or like was portrayed as like kind of like forestalling research and like not caring enough or doing enough, right? Whereas
Fauci.
like now he's kind of seen as like the guardian of science. Yeah.
Oh yeah, back in the 80s,
the guardian
he was
of scientific research and knowledge and science. Yeah,
he is a guardian. Maybe a gatekeeper is a better term.
Yeah,
he's certainly a gatekeeper.
Or, it's how he's perceived, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But anyways, yeah, maybe we should.
But yeah, no, yeah. In terms of the origins of it, I had to look more into it. But yeah, I feel like it is a slightly different situation from COVID, but maybe, I mean, I would need to see, maybe there is like the evidence like lurking, that people like activists on the ground like compiled in these magazines. I would definitely be interested in Amp Gorky, your archive if you have it, if you could digitize any of it, yeah, that would be an interesting thing to see. Because yeah, I mean, certainly, like I said, if you were in that situation, it would almost be impossible not to suspect, that it had been created.
Totally.
It is like, yeah. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. I guess we can move on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'd like to research more. But that's the at moments.
I
That's all I recall today.
Yeah.
So I guess the next one. What is this, number 5? This is from Spen from December 3rd, 2022. They ask, talk about Lex Friedman being sus. Wow. This is one that's like aged in an interesting way because I think even in 2022 we were seeing Lex was always popping up on my YouTube feed, and like everybody, I guess, like was force fed this guy's videos in their feed for like years is like just the most interesting interviewer of really brilliant men and stuff. And then it's like this MIB who is just
he actually
like,
does truly act like an MIB. Yeah, he behaves like one for sure.
Yeah, we might have even like had some extended riffs about Lex since this question was asked. Maybe with the start, well, the Ukraine war had started. I feel like maybe that damaged his reputation a little bit. Did he have an interview with Zelensky?
I think he might have, and I think he lost favor with kind of like the sort of like Ukrainian flag
the NATO
because
left.
He was like, how do we get to peace?
Yeah.
Like he was like focused on peace and
was he also speaking Russian throughout the interview, and he like couldn't remember how to like certain Ukrainian words, even though he says he's Ukrainian, and like all the Slava Ukrainian people are like, you fucking fraud, like fuck you, I think there was that kind of thing.
Well, but yeah, because most
Ukrainians speak Russian normally.
Yeah, right. Like you probably
most
didn't
of the
speak
country
Ukrainian that much, right, growing up. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, but that's like that's a cuck, like that's
Zelensky
a Putler thing to do now.
Insisting on speaking Ukrainian, I think, during the interview, right? Because that was like he refuses to speak Russian.
I think so
anymore. It was by the time Zelensky had forsworn speaking Russian.
Right.
If I'm not
I think they
mistaken.
maybe bounced between like Ukrainian and English, but his English wasn't as good back then. But I do remember him getting hit, and I don't know, like certain members of the intellectual dark web. I mean, some have gone on to very high places, like Barry Weiss. Joe Rogan is still pretty big. Yeah, and then everyone kind of that came up in his orbit, a lot of those people have been successful. Lex Friedman, maybe I don't know, maybe it's like he's a victim of the success of like that type of almost like Edge Foundation adjacent, like long form talk podcast,
totally.
where there's too many competitors now that have just a little bit more like Riz than him, which is like not even that much.
Yeah.
But you got all these comedians and like people doing it now, and
I feel like his whole thing was like, it's funny because like I almost feel like he was a victim of like the collapse of the idea of expertise or of like trust in in like academic institutions or like the old sort of forms of authority, because like his whole thing was like pretending that he was MIT faculty, right?
That was a big thing that kind of came out, is that he would call himself an MIT lecturer, right?
Yeah. He might be a lecturer. Like, I'm not sure what exactly his affiliation was at MIT, but he kind of like exaggerated it. I feel like,
It was kind of like an extension. It was almost like an MIT extension kind of vibe.
I'm looking him up at on Wikipedia right now. There's a very funny sort of instance of academic kind of a shade being thrown here. Like in his sort of bio part. It has institutions, Massachusetts Institute of Technology, and then parentheses non-faculty. Like, what exactly does he do? He's like a research associate or something. Like, what he's
at the MIT Laboratory for Information and Decision Systems, LIDS. Yeah, I think he might have been I guess he did a study in 2019.
Yeah, he's a research scientist. Okay.
Yeah, he's a research scientist. His father was a plasma physicist and professor at Drexel University, and his brother
is
also
in Texas and is employed at MIT. How does that work?
Yeah, his brother is also a Drexel professor. So he comes from a very like heavy-hitting Soviet academic like kind of family. Kind of Anakachian vibes, but then maybe he wanted to feel big like them, or as big as them, or get that. He does have a PhD from Drexel, where his whole family it works at, in 2014, and then he worked at Google while working on his dissertation on the use of AI for identity authentication, and participated in deep learning efforts.
He was an AI guy, like, way early on, right? In fact, his podcast used to be called, like, the AI Podcast.
Interesting.
But then they changed it to the Lex Friedman Podcast.
Okay.
Because they're the same thing. He is himself an MIB.
I guess he worked as a research scientist at MIT's Age Lab, where he worked on psychology and big data analytics to understand driver behavior, and maybe to, like, grow his podcast.
Yeah.
Like the most algorithmically optimized podcast of all time. Like, maybe he was doing a little, but allegedly for like self-driving car technology. I forget what they call that, like LiDAR or something.
Right.
All right. And then he got criticized. His study about Tesla was criticized for its methodology and small sample size by Missy Cummings, a Duke professor, who described it as deeply flawed. AI researcher Anand Kumar suggested Friedman should have submitted the study for peer review before seeking press coverage. Following the interview with Musk, viewings of his podcast episodes increased significantly. The study was later removed from MIT's website. Then he moved on to an unpaid role at MIT's Department of Aeronautics and Astronautics. It says, as of 2022, he is a research scientist at the Laboratory for Information and Decision Systems, and also works for the Center for Complex Engineering Systems, a collaboration between MIT and King Abdulaziz City for Science and Technology. I believe that's in Saudi Arabia. So I'm sure
MBS, actually, if he hasn't already, will be on the show soon.
I'm having like a Mandela effect moment. It says here he started his podcast in 2018. Is that true?
It takes a while to get like traction.
But I feel like he was around much longer than that.
Oh.
Maybe he was as a guest.
Right,
like he I guess he he started popping up on like Joe Rogan and maybe other things and was like a known kind of figure.
Oh, maybe, yeah.
But wow, like I would have thought like 2014 or 2015 is like when he started. But I guess 2018 was the year that like the intellectual dark web network really kind of like launched with like the big profile articles and Barry Weiss and all her little friends. And I feel like, you know, in a couple of ways, like, yeah, Friedman already was like collabing with Elon Musk, and MIT, of course, is a nest of like Edge Foundation sus lords.
The Israeli opposition has a bone to pick with Lex Friedman because he interviewed Netanyahu, and Netanyahu falsely claimed that he opposed a controversial clause in the like recent sort of weakening of the Supreme Court in Israel, right?
Mm-hmm.
That was like a big thing, just prior to October 7th. Netanyahu falsely claimed that he opposed a controversial clause that gave a simple majority the ability to override Supreme Court rulings. Netanyahu, in fact, voted in favor of the override clause in February. His coalition partners have since attacked him for telling international media that the clause has been removed from the overall plans when it has. Of course, you know. He accused the protesters of not understanding the legislation they are demonstrating against. With the social network, you can basically feed deliberately with big data and big money. You can just feed slogans and get into people's minds, Netanyahu said, a claim that Friedman did not challenge. Netanyahu also claimed he continues to win elections even though I wield no power in the press. He also bemoaned that his Likud party would have many more seats if he had a sympathetic voice in the media, adding that he has to constantly go in elections, constantly with a disadvantage, that the major media outlets are very violently sometimes against me, but it's fine, and I keep on winning. Neither he nor Friedman noted that the right-wing Channel 14, which has existed as previous iterations since 2014, is affiliated with Netanyahu's political camp. Friedman did bring up Netanyahu's corruption cases, which include criminal charges of fraud and breach of trust for striking a deal for favorable news coverage with Arnon Moses, publisher of Yedioth Ahronoth, in exchange for curbing Sheldon Adelson's Israel Hayom. But instead of asking about these indictments in the context of media power, he asked how the prime minister fights corruption. Netanyahu responded by flippantly dismissing the aforementioned charge, along with the other two cases against him, saying they will prove to be nothing despite the significant financial, political, and legal investment Netanyahu has put into the matter. He later floated the conspiracy that the charges against him were politically motivated, suggesting that people ask, what was done to him? What was done to our democracy? What was done in the attempt to put down somebody who keeps winning elections despite the handicaps that I described? Maybe we can nail him by framing him. When asked about the Israeli-Palestinian conflict and the potential two-state solution, he effectively lent support to the far-right annexationists in his coalition, saying, you can't really divide the land up due to its size. The Palestinians should have all the powers to govern themselves and none of the powers to threaten Israel, which basically means that the responsibility for overall security remains with Israel, he continued. I say, okay, call it what you will. Call it, I don't know, limited sovereignty. Call it the autonomy plus. Call it whatever you want to call it, but that's the reality. And right now, if you ask Israelis across the political spectrum, except the very hard left, most Israelis agree with that, Netanyahu added. He further defended Israeli settlements in the West Bank, decrying what is being advanced by those people who say we can't live in our ancestral homeland in these disputed areas, referring to opponents of settlements. Netanyahu said his vision of sovereignty doesn't necessitate population transfer, but that Arabs and Palestinians will be, quote, in enclaves in sovereign Israel, and we're going to probably live in enclaves there, probably through transportation continuity as opposed to territorial continuity. He concluded by dismissing claims that Israeli democracy and U.S.-Israel ties are in danger, saying, don't believe all the stuff that you are being told. Netanyahu's appearance on the podcast, which is a following among those who decry quote-unquote wokeness and quote-unquote cancel culture, is the latest stop on an international media blitz aimed at fighting coverage of Israel's degradation, mirroring similar appearances alongside Jordan Peterson and Barry Weiss. So, yeah, it seems like he's kind of like the what's it called? What's the name of those two fools who did the Netanyahu interview, like in the, and just let him roll out his whole spiel,
one of those like hype, like
the something boys.
Yeah, the Nelk boys or something.
Yes, the Nelk boys.
Yeah.
So I guess he's kind of like the the highbrow form of the Nelk boys.
Yeah. I think I would suspect that there's like I'm finding Reddit threads and everything. I'm not the only one that sussed out that he did seemingly just emerge out of nothing, out of thin air in like the end of 2018 and went on Joe Rogan, started his podcast, the Artificial Intelligence Podcast, later to be changed to Lex Friedman Show, and then started having all these heavy-hitting like tech CEOs and sus people on, and then all the way up to like Netanyahu and Zelensky, that was like a year and a half ago. That was the beginning of 2025 when they had that interview. And so it feels it's got like Teal Network energy for sure. I mean, I think one constant throughout his career is that he gives like incredible softball interviews to like powerful people, right? Mm-hmm. Like he gives you kind of like a ton of room, like Netanyahu, to just like bullshit and say a bunch of crap, and then he's like, "Wow, it's so interesting." Yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
yes.
You know, like, and just whatever. Like, he's not adversarial
Similar to Joe Rogan, like the editorial aspect is like kind of in the choice of guests and who he platforms.
Right, because he's going to be positive to whoever comes on. Like Rogan's like that too. Rogan doesn't invite people on to like yell at them. He's basically making them seem like cool and relatable.
But he mostly favors like intellectual dark web types and like some of like war criminals, like the worst people on the planet.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And Friedman, I mean, in a way, it's funny it was called the Artificial Intelligence Podcast, because when I think about like his style of interviewing, it almost comes off like he's like the human manifestation of a sycophantic AI chatbot that is like interviewing a CEO, but just like flattering them, and like but a little bit like weird, you know, and like not something, there's something like unnatural or like MIB like about the way they're going about it. You know, and he's just like a guy in a weird black
suit. I gotta see what he's saying about the Arab conquest here. Let's talk about Heraclius.
He didn't make your list either, which is a shocker for a lot of people. Perhaps you can describe the nuance of that, but he took over the Roman Empire.
He took over the Roman Empire, Persia the gates, treasury empty. So maybe first tell the full saga of the Roman-Persian War. So I guess he's talking to some like Roman historian. Yeah, all right. And they got slides here. The last great war of antiquity. Yeah, I guess there's no way I'm going to be able to get. Wow, the first pandemic under, scientists extracted Y. pestis DNA from dental pulp of 6th century skeletons. All right, so that's what he's doing. He did an interview with this Gary Gallagher, a leading historian of the American Civil War. I'm gonna look up Gary Gallagher and see what his take on the Civil War is, because I have a feeling.
Well, I mean, he also, I guess in 2025 he also did a 3-hour interview with Narendra Modi. I hadn't caught that one, but you start to see a pattern emerging a little bit. I think he is kind of seen to like represent kind of MIT, or maybe a certain segment of MIT, like, and then bring in all these like big brain kind of people. But a lot of them are like Steven Pinker, Eric Weinstein, like people that have like Epstein connections. And just like, Edge Foundation sickos. But he had Javier Milei on, of course.
I guess Gary Gallagher has a slight reputation for being somewhat Confederate leaning, but and he believes the South had a chance to win, a chance to win.
Yeah.
But not as a not super extreme.
Okay, so he's based in Austin as well. Interesting. Okay, right, I wonder if that was from the jump, that he was based in Austin.
He says he's in China recently, visiting a few big cities, talking to the engineers at the heart of China's AI revolution.
Oh my God.
After that, if I'm feeling crazy enough, I'm hitchhiking across rural China for a few weeks. Hitchhiking because I think it's the best way to meet rural folks who I would otherwise never get a chance to meet. And I hope to do the same in the U.S. and other places. I love to meet rural folks.
He's been, the guy who just loves everyone.
Yeah. This is a picture of him on the Great Wall. He really does feel like an AI. Like he even uses like these like the AI emojis. Like
maybe they use Lex Friedman's like 5-hour interviews to like train AIs on so they can replace journalists eventually, or something like that. Like, There's some. It's a little too weird how much of a computer he acts.
Jensen Huang, CEO of NVIDIA, the most valuable and one of the most influential companies in the history of human civilization. It is the engine powering the AI revolution. This is a fascinating and inspiring conversation, in parts super technical on engineering of every part of the AI stack, memory, power, supply chain, in parts about leadership and psychology, and in parts personal and philosophical about life, consciousness, morality, and human nature.
Sick.
Yeah,
it's all the same kind of.
One of their topics is Elon and Colossus. I wish I had watched this before we started recording this episode, because I'd be very curious to know.
Oh my god, his voice.
The Colossus supercomputer. Yeah, he's just yeah. Well.
Yeah, people.
He's doing these hard-hitting interviews.
Some people call him a fraud.
Racking him up.
Yeah. But
some call him a fraud.
But given that YouTube, I think, was run by a Edge Foundation CEO, and
he's always like doing the T pose in all of his pictures too. Like, why does he always have his arms out like that? What's going on?
What, the T pose? Like
like the kind of like default like 3D model pose, like when you have your arms out to the side, like you like rotate stuff. Like he's always either got his arms like flat on his sides, or he's doing like he's got them like weirdly splayed out.
Yeah. He's shaking hands with Modi. He loves Modi. I mean, I feel like he hasn't been popping up on my kind of algorithm recently.
Basically since the Zelensky thing. I feel like he really flamed out with that.
Yeah, maybe. Do you think if you pay for YouTube Premium, it spares you some of the Lex Friedman spamming, or not? I mean, I guess they get ad revenue from a million.
I mean, we get, we definitely get shit we get promoted like Hassan Majority Report. I feel like if they really were going to spare us something.
Maybe we stopped watching enough pro AI tech bro slop interviews at a certain point.
It really depends on what we're watching lately. I'm just looking at our recommendations on the Sulul Jihad YouTube account, and we're being recommended Hassan Piker going nuts over how epic Abdul Al-Sayed's debate was, cooking Haley Stevens, and he's doing the hitting the joint gesture. That's what we're being recommended.
Epic.
We're also being recommended I Talk to Suburban New Yorkers. They think the country is in trouble, from the New York Times opinion, which 2 weeks ago. Wow, how about that?
Mm-hmm. There's a lot of slop. There's a lot of slop that pops.
Yes. Okay. All right. So that's just a glimpse at our algorithm.
Yeah.
But
I haven't seen Lex as much. It's kind of fallen back a little bit. Though I guess he's getting interviews with heads of state, so he's more established than ever. But
yeah, he definitely has well, that's the thing. There's a lot of inertia in terms of people's audiences. If
once you get that
part of
big,
it is just comfort and ritual.
Mm-hmm.
Once you settle into something, you kind of it's hard to really lose an audience once you have a big audience. I think.
And they've kind of brute forced him into becoming one of the top stops for a big news making figure to have a long convo.
He really cornered the sort of tech ambassador info space.
Yeah, by being a sycophant.
But anyone in that role was going to be a complete susslord. Let's be real.
That's the thing. It's so obvious that you have to glaze your subjects if you want to get that access, and then that gets you the biggest audience, and it creates this kind of algorithmic feedback loop that grows and grows and grows. And then by the time you're at the top, you're totally a slave to the algorithm and your big guests, and being a nice host, somebody that doesn't rock the boat or doesn't offend future potential guests, right? They learn to be very careful. So it has that way of defanging anybody beyond a certain scale, just through algorithmic discipline, which I think Lex Friedman was more than happy to submit to the discipline of the algorithm. That's kind of the lesson there, I think, with his career arc. but others too. He's just the very particular vanilla MIB flavor of it, kind of optimal to like disseminate around the world to the widest possible audience, like just his total kind of like blank affect, like there's like nothing on the surface to really get like offended by because he's so mild, and so we talked about Lex Friedman being sus.
Yeah, he's sus.
Mission accomplished.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess you did a little an early life check on him. We didn't dig up too much, but there might be something more there. I don't know. Yeah. So
children of Soviet, like high achieving Soviet academics don't have the best track record becoming leading American media figures. I'd say they're at least 0 for 2.
This is one where Julian Rancher, your wildest dreams were granted if you listen to the Titanic episode. Hey, I'll read the question. Julian Rancher asks, what are your thoughts on W.T. Stead and the series of articles in 1885, the maiden tribute of modern Babylon, about the child prostitution ring among the elite in London? Gives me real Frege scandal vibes. This is one where we can truly punt, and we can direct you to our Titanic episode where we discuss him at length and even read from the maiden tribute of modern Babylon, and discuss his mysterious death in the Titanic.
Wow, that's right. He died on the Titanic. Yes, I remember now. Wow. Yeah. They had to take him out. But yes, definitely go.
Take him out. Yeah.
Go check out.
No, we talk all about him. Yeah.
That's got some good stuff in it. Okay. Yeah. So that was covered. I guess the next one, Jacob Easter Island Stoneface says on December 22nd. All right, we're getting close. Was there ever an episode or portion of an episode about Shostakovich? I vaguely remember a discussion about Solomon Volkov's testimony. Perhaps it was a Twitter thread or an adjacent podcast. I think touching on this would complement Red Wave or Paul Robeson's careful criticism, given most writing on Shostakovich portrays him and his work as quietly dissenting against the Soviet system. I really cannot determine what his views really were, especially since my music theory friends, and most other sources, point to music theory, which I do not understand, or to Volkov's fraudulent work. Okay.
That would be a cool episode.
That would be.
I would like to do that, actually.
Yeah, I can't say I know much about this, this particular, about Solomon Volkov's, supposed testimony, which I guess was fraudulent, according to Jacob.
Sorry, I'm coughing.
I'm vaguely familiar with Shostakovich. I guess maybe Shostakovich might have come up a little bit in our Paul Robeson episode.
Yeah, I think he's talking about the book Testimony.
Right, which is about Shostakovich.
Yeah, it's right. It's I think supposed to be Shostakovich's testimony, right? Or his which I guess is supposedly fraudulent.
It was claimed by musicologist Solomon Volkov. He published it and said it was the memoirs of Shostakovich, who died in 1975. But then I guess the portrayal of it was controversial.
Yeah.
It claimed that he was very privately very anti-Soviet in his views, but this was and it's still disputed its authenticity. This might have been a fraudulent book, kind of a psyop to make Shostakovich sound like a heckin' Solzhenitsyn.
This is right up my alley in a way. We were just talking about this with
Sources.
Arto. I love it's very interesting to me, the kind of the transformation of artist biography and how it inflects their work and transform changing the meaning of it and the kind of politicization. I think this would be cool. I really don't know too much about it, and this is one where I didn't do any prior reading on the subject, but I'm very intrigued by it. I know there has not been an episode on it, but I think perhaps there could be.
We should put it on the list. Cool.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like there's other stuff like this, where this is a big part of and there's artists like this in the other comics too, Bahram Bazai. I was just watching a documentary about Bahram Bazai with a bunch of Iranian, mostly Iranian diaspora people, and like obviously like he did like suffer like censorship and like
who can you tell us who a
is
little
a
bit about
great
him?
Iranian filmmaker.
Okay,
Like
okay.
his movie Musafiran, like amazing movie. In fact, Ruza Lakia, which we were talking about not too long ago in our Kabbalah episode, it's a great movie about Karbala. Um, he was I think the writer, if not the director of that.
Okay.
Yeah, like translated into English, I think as the Fateful Day. Yeah, was he the director or was he? Yeah, it's from his script, but it's directed by him. He also was a great playwright. He did the play Death of Yazgird, which is kind of like an allegory for the Iranian Revolution. But again, like I feel like the even his like astute perception of it, like in that script, is like sometimes not appreciated by the fans of the script, but or of the play, right?
Is there kind of like
yeah.
an effort by like the fandom to sort of cast him as like more like deeply anti like Islamic Republic?
I mean, I think he was, and I think that
Okay.
I think like I think it's complicated because I think that like he deeply loved Iran, and like it's like I honestly think that like the treatment of Bahram Bazai or like and people like that was he was like a religious minority, like he was Baha'i, like he came from a Baha'i family, and I think that like the sort of suspicion of him and the treatment of him, like the fact that someone like that had to leave Iran towards the end of his life, and he recently died, you know and like he let like but he definitely would have wanted to stay in Iran if he felt that he could, right? But he felt that like there was too much suspicion around like his movies and too much like concern that like they were in some way subversive, by the government itself, right?
Okay, yeah.
But I certainly don't like Musafaran. Like he was talking in this documentary about how he faced like censorship around that, and that like they had like some suspicion of it for various reasons, or like some kind of they thought there was some kind of allegory in it, but I don't necessarily see it at all. But I think part of it did have to do with his background, which is like very unfair. So I think that's like one of the
Oh, I think your mic might have disconnected.
sorry, I hit the mute button.
Oh, okay.
But it's definitely definitely a critique of that like that what could have the way that people like that were treated. But you know but anyway, yeah, like I do feel like that like not to say that that wasn't true, but I do feel like it colors like the perception of his movies. There's so much more going on than like that is there, but there's much more going on than just kind of this like resistance.
It's kind of like Voice of
like
America, like like a
Yeah.
one-dimensional, like rebelling against autocracy. Like there's a lot of context. I think I think people
Right.
kind of to some extent do that a little bit with like Tarkovsky, because like I think he went to Italy to make his last film because he couldn't get it made in the Soviet Union, and people really try to like hype up that like yeah, he left that evil country, like
Yeah.
like the authorities like kicked him out because it was too blah blah blah. And I've read other stuff like kind of pouring a little cold water on that. It was more of a practical decision, and it wasn't like he didn't defect, and some people kind of wanted it to be a defection, right? So that then they could
Right.
claim like the artistic achievements of like Tarkovsky's films as part of like the canon of like secretly like subversive, dissident Soviet cinema,
Right.
as
They kind
opposed
of
to
want to
just Soviet
like
cinema.
simplify it and reduce it. I think like there's even more. Yeah, like actually Bulgakov, who someone mentioned in the chat. I don't know if I brought him up, if I had mentioned it before, but he was the next person who I was going to mention as like an interesting like who when I studied in Russia, and like there you definitely could get the same sense you can get about artists or scholars in the Iranian diaspora. You could definitely see that like artists who older people who like knew the Soviet system, right? They like of a certain kind, right? Not all of them. I'm not trying to like paint with a broad brush, but there certainly was like kind of a similar political bent where like they were very anti-Soviet, right?
Right.
And like they like loved Bulgakov, and like Master and Margarita, and like they saw him as like a saint of like their like particular politics, where I think it's like more complicated than that. Not to say that like that aspect wasn't there in Bulgakov, but
there's a
like it's
yearning
much
to
more
read
going
into
on,
it.
and it's kind of a disservice like to reduce it to this kind of like very simplistic like critique of censorship. I mean, even we were talking, what episode were we? Oh, our episode on V on Goggle.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
Goggle, one of the great, like, I was rereading that again recently, his selected correspondences with friends, where he like, and really like all the critiques that he makes like in his work, like Revisor, like Government Inspector and Dead Souls, like all that stuff, like, it's not like people saw it like what's his name, Belinsky, like saw it as like invalidating his past Goggle's past work, right?
Yeah.
But like really like it was consistent, right? It was because he still had this kind of like sense of patriotism. He was like calling these institutions to be better than they were, right? Like he like, and I think that is a common trend where there's like a little bit some of these like very people like Belinsky who are very very embittered, very 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 angry, in some cases with cause, right? They can kind of lose that like that sort of that nuance, that the like the sort of the range and the complexity that exists in like the soul of any person, but art, like great artists express like so richly in their art.
Yeah.
And I think that was kind of Goggle's critique of Belinsky. He was like, you've gone nuts, like you're standing over the depths of an abyss, like you need to like reconnect with your humanity, right? And like why are you acting like this, but Stalin loved Bulgakov. I mean, I remember like going to see like a Russian, I might have told this story before. I remember going to see like a Russian production of King Lear. And basically like in this play, Lear was kind of portrayed as being Stalin, sort of. Like, you know how in Shakespeare plays they do like a different kind of thing every time. That's the only way in which like that's the only like area in which the English, or sorry, the American theater can really be compared with the Russian theater, because like it's the only thing that like theater goers in America have like some familiarity with, or like there's some expectation of knowledge. Whereas like in Russia, it's like totally different, because the theater is like a real institution there that they actually value, and like it's expected that like theater goers have like a deep knowledge of like the plays they're going to see,
right? Not
which
like
is like so
curiosity.
Where here it's just like slop, like totally deprecated, like spat upon, with the most like exalted work of theater in like the last like 10 years, like Hamilton. No, but
Broadway slop.
Whereas it's a totally different situation. But anyway, so this is actually a great production, I think, and I really actually liked it. And I remember saying that to like our professor afterwards, and he was like, furious that they had kind of like humanized Stalin, like they're like, I was like, well, anyone is like, Stalin was human, you can humanize anyone, right? Like, and like there's some humanity in all of these figures. And he was like, but Stalin? And I was like, come on.
Damn.
Yeah.
Damn. Living out.
But
But
that was like,
Moscow
somewhat
lives.
of a it was like somewhat of an, I remember like I was at the Moscow Art Theater School, and like, so there were a lot of like young Russian like theater students all around. And I was in class with one of our professors. It was like a class on like Russian novels and Russian literature in general. Like I remember we were reading Pushkin and stuff like that. And the like down the hall, like some students like started playing on the piano and singing like an old Soviet song. And our professor got like so upset. He was like, they think it's funny. It's not funny, like
Jesus.
Yeah.
Jesus.
but yeah, so that type of stuff like does, I mean, another like an old, like, go back to the Iranian context. Another great example is Ferdowsi Shahnameh, right? To go back to what we were talking about before in terms of like the distortion of history. Like Shahnameh is kind of seen as being like this ancient Iranian like the myths, that like, and like that's how it presents itself. So like fair enough. Like that's like it's not totally like crazy
What
to
is
perceive it in that way.
Shanama?
It's a beloved work of like Iranian literature, like a
Okay.
beloved Persian, like sort of, it's like a sort of history of Persia, like up to the of Iran, up to the Arab conquest, basically.
Okay.
But like the thing is that this text was written like long after that, like it was written by a Muslim, and it is like a deeply Islamic text.
Right. Right. But they try to
like,
make it like the secret epic Persian history that the Muslims
exactly
took
they
from
see
us.
it as like the exactly. So it's a complete decontextualization of the like the text and like a complete like misunderstanding of it.
Yeah.
And that kind of thing does happen. I know this is all kind of oblique, but I just don't. I haven't looked into Shostakovich enough, but I do want to do an episode on it.
No, that would actually. It's a cool like literary mystery a little bit over this like it's a very Lenin's Testament vibes of like, did he actually secretly believe this the whole time, or did one of these like sus guys who kind of knew him decide to like hijack his legacy and flip it on its head and insert his own agenda, and then kind of like recontextualize a dead Soviet icon as I think with the arts in the Soviet Union, like I'm happy that they bring up like the Red Wave episodes that I did with Jimmy Falun Gong, because I think we talked about that a lot, where like Victor Tsoi and Kino and like Aquarium and all these other like big like late Soviet bands that kind of blew up and etc. Like I think there was a kind of even in the early 90s like a wish casting upon them that like what they were like their music was about like overthrowing communism. And then we kind of unpacked like up until like the mid 1980s, like when they were just living their Soviet lives and like playing music on the side, aside from their day jobs, like it's like maybe they're holding a little bit back when they're like interviewed by Joanna Stingray. But the way they describe having a little bit of like a bohemian life of just like, oh, I go work as like a security guard for like 2 days and then make enough money to like for the month, and then I just like play music, and then we play at these little like youth clubs, and like your rent, your education, like food is all super cheap, and you might be prevented from getting like a deal with a contract with Melodia, the big record label, but like if you're okay with not getting super rich and famous, it seems actually kind of like, I'm like, damn, I'd kind of like that. I just have to shovel coal into a furnace a couple days a week, and then I get like enough money and whatever that I can like make music. Like, oh no. So, and then I think it was kind of when it got caught up with perestroika and stuff, there was a lot of like hyping up of it being this call to the, like revolution by the youth to like overthrow socialism, when like not all of them, there's some groups that maybe were kind of like wanted to get in on that action, but like Victor Tsoi like never expressed, he kept his job as a coal shoveler in the apartment building after he was famous, because he thought it was like unbecoming for like a Soviet citizen to like abandon their day job and be like a rock star. Like he's like, no, I like it. Like I like having a regular job and being like normal, and then like writing songs, and people thought that he was like epic for that. So I don't know, like I think it was a little more complex to say the least than it often gets like framed in retrospect by people that is like, oh no, communism is so like everybody was just like, they couldn't have had good music unless it was explicitly like anti-government music that was trying to like overthrow the government. Like they couldn't have cool new wave music. It's impossible. Similar thing with Yugoslav kind of dark wave in the late 70s and 80s too. It's a little bit over. Some of it was black pilled, but not all of it. And yeah, so yeah, we'll put that on the list. Shostakovich and the testimony.
Yeah. That also, speaking of like relitigating like the meaning of like influential works or thinkers. We got to do the Freud episode. The Freud,
like the
what's the
Freud
name of the book?
tacoing out of exposing the Vienna elite child abuse network and like changing his mind and saying it was all...
but there's also like the Assault on Truth.
we got to do
by
that.
Jeffrey Masson. I like because he's like also kind of sus and like has a crazy sort of story, you know. So yeah, I feel like we need to assess that. Yeah,
it's very much it's a big if true kind of thing with a lot of implications. Yeah. All right.
Yeah, as someone who's loading a furnace right now, I don't recommend it. All right. Yeah. Nice, shout out to Spartak Silverhand. Good luck on the furnace.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So I think we can wrap these up because I think
we might be able to do it.
Yeah. The last one I think is a punt of an episode we are going to do, but this one right here from Conrad from December 22nd, 2022. We can dive into now. I guess, do you want to read that? Or did I read it? Sure. I forget.
This is a podcast I've been waiting for all my life. This is from Conrad. Shout out Conrad. This is the podcast I've been waiting for all my life, even before a podcast existed. Thank you.
Thank you.
I found you guys about a month ago, and I'm currently playing it. Wow, so you've been with us now for 4 years. So, yeah. I'm currently applying my way through your oeuvre, currently on Day of the Dolphin, John C. Lilly, all right? Fully realizing it might be in shows I've yet to listen to. Curious if you've ever explored the potential substance of John Ronson. I really loved his books, especially Them and The Men Who Stare at Goats, but he hasn't really been on my radar recently until I watched the documentary Alex's War. I know, cringe. Where he makes a cameo in some archival footage during Alex Jones's infamous Bohemian Grove escapade. The more I think about him, the more he seemed off in that footage, like potentially crossing the line from a guy who makes documentaries and books that give PMC an insight into conspiracy culture, and actually a kind of agent provocateur. And this made me rethink his whole Secret Rulers of the World documentary. I could be reading too much into it, but I'd appreciate your thoughts. No, you're not reading too much into it. I appreciate that you said, like, I could read too. No, I'm like, the whole time I'm reading that, I'm like, yep, yeah. Totally. Yes, absolutely. I mean, I don't know if he's like a CIA agent or whatever.
Well,
but
he's British, first of all. So he would be an MI6 asset.
Well, hey, people can be flipped. People can be,
Yeah. But
I don't know if he's an intelligence agent, but I think he definitely is an agent provocateur for sure. And I think that he has kind of he's sort of in the Krasner mold.
Yeah, I would say he's like a British Krasner in some ways, though he does fancy himself maybe a little more like deadpan and like serious. He's not
that's
quite
just the British thing.
Yeah, it's a kind of Louis Theroux did the same thing.
Comes to the territory
during this era. And yeah, I mean, he is one of those people, just like Louis Theroux also, that I encountered his work probably when I was like pretty young, maybe in college, and at first thought it was like interesting and cool, like his little documentaries that he made for either BBC or Channel 4. That was around the time that like The Men Who Stare at Goats came out. That's probably how I found out about him, and then kind of got turned on to like his little escapades at Bohemian Grove with Alex Jones back in like 2000, I think, for a little documentary they were making. Oh yeah, Men Who Stare at Goats came out in 2004, so I would have been in high school. I think I went and saw that, and I was like, wow, crazy, that's wild. Yeah, Them Adventures with Extremists was his book, where he goes and hangs out with extreme people like David Icke, Alex Jones, and blah blah blah, and talks about the Bilderberg Group.
Yeah.
They quote unquote infiltrate Bohemian Grove together. I think even Alex Jones has spoken, grain of salt, but like he's spoken in later years about like how John Ronson's like he thinks he's a little sus, and it might have been that like they actually got invited to Bohemian Grove, and the precept of them like infiltrating it was like not exactly the way they presented it in like the book or the documentary. Like they had gotten some kind of invite, and then maybe they did like get kicked out when they realized they were like filming the cremation of care for a documentary or something. I'm a little fuzzy on it. I just remember looking into it, and I mean, more than just like straight up like op, I feel like John Ronson is like a liberal, limited hangout artist. I feel like that's like his function. Like you said, like kind of explaining the wild conspiracy culture to like the PMC class, kind of and packaging it in a fun little, like kind of sophisticated but kind of casual, like sort of pop psychology kind of format that is very nice, but it always does preserve a little bit of a like not taking it too seriously vibe. But like truly, it's like, oh yeah, these guys get in robes and they do the cremation of care. That is weird. But, you know, Alex Jones obviously is a crank. Like, he thinks they're all globalists and they run the world. Come on.
Yeah.
Like, he does that. I think I even read his book, The Psychopath Test, in 2011. I remember I read that when it came out. And it was, like, interesting. It was, I think his like, hot take in the book was that, you know, he goes through the history of how, like, you know, like the medical, you know, medical institutions like diagnosed or graded people's psychopathic behavior, but then is like, oh, actually, you know, not only are the people
that psychopaths don't really exist, because that's like kind of my hot take too. But I feel like that, you know, that's kind of maybe a cold take about any kind of pathology or sort of you know, diagnosis like that. But
I do know. Let me look here, because one of the people, the person who created the Hare psychopathy checklist, Robert Hare, like pretty strongly criticized the book as frivolous, shallow, and professionally disconcerting. So he actually might do. I think he tries to make a cheeky comment about how like CEOs like of big companies, like how many of them seem to also exhibit like they would score really high on the psychopath checklist. But then I feel like he kind of ends up like kind of concluding that like maybe this thing doesn't really kind of exist and blah blah blah. But let me see right here. There's something from the study for the the Society for the Scientific Study of Psychopathy. I think this is Hare. Hare wrote this like open letter. So this is what they say attacking it. They say Ronson's new book, The Psychopathy Test, has gained substantial attention in the media. The book is no doubt an entertaining read. Ronson is well practiced in his craft. However, those contacted by Ronson during his collection of material for the book were taken aback to find that the book contained, quote, liberal and or fictional accounts of their interactions with him. So that's a Krasner touch right there. Perhaps artistic license is an inevitable part of Ronson's chosen profession, although it is disappointing when it is used dishonestly and in a manner that undermines other people's professional credibility. As psychopathy researchers, our primary concern rests with the book's treatment of psychopathy and its measurement. The psychopathy test in John Ronson's new book is the Hare Psychopathy Checklist Revised, the PCLR. The PCLR is a clinical instrument designed for use by qualified clinicians authorized by law and professional organizations to administer and interpret psychological tests, or by researchers who report only group scores. Many clinicians and researchers, as well as judges, prosecutors, defense attorneys, and investigators, attend PCLR workshops, in some cases merely to learn something about psychopathy. This does not qualify them to use the PCLR unless they meet the appropriate legal and professional standards. We're concerned that Ronson describes the workshop he attended as providing him with a powerful tool to pick out psychopaths. It does nothing of the sort. We were particularly surprised at an apparent contradiction. Ronson queried the use of the PCLR as a diagnostic instrument in the prison special hospital setting, yet embarked on a journey in which he diagnosed various members of the general public using his, quote, power to identify a sociopath merely by spotting certain turns of phrase. PCLR assessments require the integration of information from interview, files, and collateral sources. Information from these various sources is rarely available unless someone is already in the mental health or criminal justice systems. Further, the scoring of items requires close adherence to the formal item descriptions contained in the manual. Ronson is not legally or professionally entitled to have or use these scoring criteria, and his tactic of pulling up one or two item titles to label someone is sharply at odds with the appropriate use of the instrument. environment. It is also stigmatizing for those so identified. The threshold score for psychopathy is very high and certainly cannot be reached by a layman's assertions that someone scores high on a few items. We fear that Ronson's book does a disservice to the clinicians and researchers who use it properly and serves to undermine their efforts to ensure the PCLR should be used properly or not at all. In short, we think Ronson's book trivializes a serious personality disorder and its measurement, which is not helpful to those who have the disorder or to their unfortunate victims. It's signed by like a dozen academic like psychologists who agree with that, including Robert Hare. So I do remember, he does kind of, again, very cheeky, starts running around with this test and is like, now I'm going to interview people and sit there and like check off little boxes and then like decide.
Yeah.
And then I think he decides by misusing it, according to these people, that like it's kind of bullshit, I think, by the end of it. You know?
Yeah, well, according to Wikipedia, well, you read the book, so you've never...
Like a long time ago, but yeah.
Ultimately, Ronson raises the question of where the line can be drawn between sanity, insanity, and eccentricity. He suggests that we should not judge individuals only by their maddest edges, quote unquote, but necessarily assume that normal society is as rational as some might, or necessarily assume that rational society, or normal society is as rational as some might like to think. On the other hand, real and serious problems that people can have should not be dismissed because it suits an ideology such as Scientology. So it seems like he like kind of took the middle route of like, you know, we shouldn't be anti-psychiatry or anti, you know, mental health pathology, but, you know, also maybe people shouldn't be judged too harshly just because they have certain sociopathic characteristics. I think that's kind of like a straw man.
Yeah, yeah.
You know,
I do notice he of course gave a TED talk about the Psychopath Test book around the time that it came out. Yeah. Robert Hare wrote a book called Snakes in Suits that at least he says, like, that's a book about workplace psychopaths that can take power in a business using manipulation. And it said he claims it is a much more grounded and like it's precise kind of description of, you know, psychopaths operating in like high power corporate environments and like becoming leaders and like how it does happen. But like the way Ronson just has this, he does have this like Krasnerian, like it's all for the bit kind of vibe to him, and doesn't take it all that seriously. And it's kind of like Channel 5 energy a little bit. And some other energies I could relate it to. He contributes to This American Life on NPR. Wow. And let me see. He did a thing about Pornhub and Pornhub's effect on the porn industry called The Butterfly Effect. That was a podcast series that he did with a guy named Fabian Thielman, a German businessman who is founder and managing partner of the internet pornography conglomerate Manwin. Great. I don't know if he features on the podcast, but and then he did another podcast that called The Last Days of August about the death of pornographic actress August Ames. He was really into the porn stuff for a while. I don't know, like two things back to back. Interesting.
He is a distinguished supporter of the British Humanist Association.
Oh yeah, he's a humanist. That's another Krasner. That's another Krasner overlap.
Humanism.
Secular humanists, once they get organized, I'm not saying like being a humanist, like being a humanist broadly defined is something I'm down with.
Organized religion, but watch out for organized.
No, remember we looked into it. Like Krasner was obsessed with like the ethical humanist scene and like the societies for ethical culture. And I think those types of people were also like big backers of the weird like Summerhill School place that Krasner was like funding, and the Susslord, who was it von Hillsheimer, who founded that. Like I think he was a big time ethical humanist like kind of guy. I don't know. He just has such a Gen X
but
like.
I think Ronson's style of humanism might be like your standard like kind of heckin' atheists type of thing.
Oh yeah. I'm sure
it is for. I guess it really is for most of those people, but yeah. They gotta make a point out of it, and they love it.
I do feel like the Men Who Stare at Goats is the other big one, and I do feel in retrospect like it taught me about a lot of Susslords for like the first time. I think it was also. I feel like this. I forget if there was like
Adventures with Extremists.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
I just want to talk
I
about
was
Many
gonna say this.
Stereotypes,
Yeah. Okay.
like,
All
because
right. All right.
just let me just
Yeah.
read this. Like, it deals with the secret
right.
New Age unit within the U.S. Army called the First Earth Battalion. It investigates people like Major General Albert Stubblebine III, who believe people could walk through walls with the right mental preparation, and that goats can be killed by staring at them. LOL. And then Lieutenant Colonel Jim Channon, who's kind of like a white magic, like Aquino in a way, who wrote the First Earth Battalion Operations Manual, inspired by the Human Potential Movement in California and Esalen. The film, I'm sorry, came out in 2009, so it did come out a little later. But I remember that was such like a liberal Hollywood kind of like late Bush administration kind of like poking fun at the military, but I do feel like it had this effect of trivializing like the military's research into, psi phenomena or mind control or the associations of like Esalen and the Monroe Institute to the military industrial complex. It turned it into this kind of like, LOL, that's sick, like kind of thing, instead of, and he totally, I don't think he comes across like Michael Aquino at all. You think in his investigations, you'd be like, oh, well, there's this like one guy who's like an Esalen hippie colonel who's doing all this shit. And then there's like a Darth Vader vampire guy who's also a lieutenant colonel, like who's a PSYOP officer and is a Satanist, and like they're both from the Bay Area. They're both, I don't think I think he whiffs on like sniffing at the Aquino thing entirely. At least I never read the book, but I saw the movie, and you'd think he'd be in it. Like, this book is so funny and wacky. You would think Aquino would be in it, but...
Well, I think he focuses on, like, the First Earth Battalion stuff.
Yeah, he's more interested in Channon. Like... Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think it's kind of a... Yeah, I guess the book does talk about, like the use of subliminal sonic messaging, like sonic warfare at Waco, and like post 9/11, kind of like MK torture things in Guantanamo and Abu Ghraib, where they blasted lots of 80s industrial music, and things like the Heaven's Gate cult and MK Ultra, Yeah, so the book might even have like a little bit more of an in-depth tone than the movie did, which was very like haha funny, like quirky indie.
So yeah, probably a lot changes because the movie was like very heavily fictionalized, wasn't it? Like it was like set in the kind of more in the present, right?
I forget if it was like shifted at all, but I just remember like the walking through walls thing was so funny, I mean, actually, this book does sound like it has some interesting stuff in it, but I am double-checking to see if I was correct that they never bring up Michael Aquino, and it doesn't look like, at least not on the Wikipedia, he certainly wasn't interviewed. But they do interview Skip Atwater, who was later the president of the Monroe Institute. Interesting. Stephen Halpern, New Age musician, consulted by the Army on how to deploy music as a weapon or for mind control via subliminal messages. Uri Geller, of course. Yeah, I mean, it's got a lot of stuff in here, but at the same time, like, there's something cute about it.
Them adventures with extremists, like again, I'm like opining about a book I haven't read, but it does kind of like give me the vibe of like religious in a way, where like like sort of like all these people are equally religious and like they're like and they're all like crazy, but like there's like no like sense of like the kind of different like political context, just like taking a bunch of people who are extreme in various ways. Like here's a guy from like Hezbollah, here's Alex Jones, like they're both extreme.
Here's
and it's
a Klansman.
like, well, hold on.
Yeah, here's
like,
an IRA
like,
guy.
Hold on, yeah.
It's exactly. Very much got that British
here's
centrism.
Like a Palestinian Islamist, and here's a member of the Ku Klux Klan. Like, well, but they're both like anti-Semites, like or something. Like it's like, well, come on.
It's almost a perfect companion to Louis Theroux's Weird Weekends, which I used to watch like bootleg versions of that in the 2000s and think it was like, oh, it was so good. Where he would go and meet with like neo-Nazis, and then he'd go hang out with like black like extremists in like Harlem, and then he'd hang out with the Westboro Baptist Church, and then he'd hang out with like always people just and then he would just act so like mild and British
format,
around them.
Yeah, I mean it is the same thing that a certain multiple accused of multiple sexual assaults a person in our podcasting field.
Senor Canal Cinco.
Yeah.
Yeah, very much. I mean, I think that guy just had Louis Theroux on his show like in the last week, probably being like, "Oh, you're my legend," And I thought
you're my legend.
Like I did think it was cool. This is earlier in my like political development. I thought all these BBC things and these books and these documentaries were like, it was a cut above a lot of the slop that was on like American television, and it did have this like, sophisticated British, this cool Gen X British perspective that was just like a little bit like standing, in the corner and just kind of laughing quietly at like, these wacky Americans that are just doing crazy and just people that believe in extreme stuff in general are just like funny and interesting, and you could kind of use your dry British humor to dunk on them if need be. And people felt like, wow, this is like, this is amazing. It's so brilliant. He's just like, he's letting them kind of hang themselves with their own words, by being so chill. But there was a kind of flattening effect of, like everyone's just in a crazy carnival. Everyone that believes in something to an extreme degree.
Honestly, Andrew Callahan kind of shows like the ultimate, like, because I mean, I don't know, it's pretty unavoidable. So I assume that you saw some of the Hunter Biden, Nick Fuentes thing.
Like a trailer clip. Yeah, I didn't subject myself to all of it, but
I might have seen more of it than you did. And like of course, like Nick Fuentes like comes off looking like great. Like it's not like this thing where like, oh, they hang themselves because like you're just like passive and not saying anything. Like he just like comes off looking incredibly reasonable, and like I mean honestly the blame lies with both of them to an extent, but like especially to this guy who I guess like is being sued because he decided that it was good to like encourage some QAnon guys like persecution complex and dress up in a ghillie suit and break into someone's property. And now he needs to make money by doing these stunts. But I'm getting myself into trouble here. But point being that like no one's hanging themselves or hoisting themselves with their own petard here. He's basically become like a Lex Friedman basically for the
idea that that's hard-hitting journalism is like it's humanizing by especially through making like everybody just kind of like a funny subject that's like goofy, and like it does kind of sand off the sinister edges of anybody that they have on. I'm looking at the cover of John Ronson Them, which is like it has some funny tidbits in it, but it gives you like the vibe I think that the book is going for. This is a little Gen X picture of him in the corner, and various like scary phrases are like highlighted in red. It says, "Is there really, as the extremists claim, a secret room from which a tiny elite secretly rules the world? And if so, can it be found? Them, Adventures with Extremists, is a romp into the heart of darkness involving 12-foot lizard men, PR-conscious Ku Klux Klansmen, Ian Paisley, Hollywood limousines, the legend of Ruby Ridge." Now, the next two things together are so unintentionally funny. "Noam Chomsky, a harem of kidnapped sex slaves." I don't know if I'd laugh at that. I don't know if I'd laugh at that today. Actually, those things might go together. "David Icke and Nicolae Ceausescu's shoes."
Those things might go together, yeah.
Right. Yeah. While John Ronson attempts to locate the secret room, he is chased by men in dark glasses, unmasked as a Jew in the middle of a jihad training camp, and witnesses CEOs and leading politicians undertake a bizarre pagan owl ritual in the forests of Northern California. He also learns some alarming things about the looking glass world of them and us. Are the extremists right, or has he become one of them? So it's like, LOL, like there's a group of rich men deciding your world with a harem of sex slaves. From one room, like there you go with the kind of jokifying it, right? Like, oh, you think people in one room make every decision, in the world? And what do you believe in 12-foot lizard men? Like, so it's playing with this like respect liberal.
They're in a room.
Yeah, they're in a room, a secret room. Are you kidding me? Yeah, so it's got that kind of like annoying thing. I wonder what he's up to
We've
now.
got to do something with people who believe in rooms.
Yeah.
It's time to finally debunk this idea of rooms.
Yeah,
Anyway.
the secret rulers of the world. That it's funny that he does the jihad training camp. This came out in early 2001, right before 9/11. Kind of funny, but then he did this 5-part documentary series on Channel 4 in May 2001. That's where the footage of him, quote unquote, infiltrating Bohemian Grove with Alex Jones and filming the creation of Care happens. But yeah, I mean, he goes through, like Oklahoma City. He hangs out, part 4, he hangs out with Alex Jones, and then the Bilderberg group. He's very all about the Bilderberg group, but in this, like, LOL, like, ooh kind of way, that it doesn't totally, like discount the fact that, oh, these are like powerful guys meeting in secret, but generally has too much fun with like the goofiness that this is the one place where every decision is made. Like, so I think it's like, I don't like it at the end of the day. I think it, it take that this is why I call him a limited hangout artist, because he's given you a little bit of this interesting, rich world of kind of like semi-hidden,
Yeah, and then it always like boils down to some kind of like sententious thing of like, well, maybe we were them all along.
Yeah, exactly,
Like,
you need
a
nice liberal New Yorker kind of wrap
style, like philosophical point that like, means like, okay, well, that's all you need to know.
Yeah,
that's all there is to it.
Or I guess there's just nothing we can do about it. It's a fun thing to think about.
There's something
a little
like
bit
deeply insidious, like to me personally, like I like something that really like bothers me is like the idea of like, oh, like he's hanging out with Alex Jones and his kooky theories of lizard men, and also like he's in a jihad training camp where like they all hate Jews, and it's like, okay, all right, okay, buddy, like like, not to say that, like, there aren't Muslims in the world who are, like, detached from reality in the same way that Alex Jones is, but I think that, like, there is, like, an elision of, like, an underlying political context that is, like, incredibly important. That is, like, kind of, like, everything is just gonna collapse into, like, this universal, like, cultural phenomenon of kookiness and being, like, a crazy idiot. Again, another example to kind of bring it back around, like you could see how like when Cass Sunstein and Vermeulen treated the topic of conspiracy theories, they understood like the political context, right? And in fact, that was like part of the reason why they were considering it to begin with. They understood that like the popularity of conspiracy theories, whatever you want to call it, is like contingent upon politics, right? And that there's a reason why conspiracy theories, or what is considered to be a conspiracy theory, right? In their epistemology, right? And it it also reveals like how how they make the determination, right, and what the determination is based on. But anyway, like their concern with it was based on politics, and they understood like why. Because of politics, like the theories that they judged to be conspiratorial proliferated in certain contexts that were on the other end of their empire, right? Of empire.
I have no idea what alleged jihad group training camp like he actually goes and visit. It might have been one of those kind of like black Muslim like sects that like has like a compound in upstate New York or something like that. Like it. I don't think he was going to even, like Afghanistan or anything like that.
Well, he actually has an article in The Guardian called "My Night of Jihad."
Right, his Night of Jihad.
Okay. Yeah. It turns out that Omar Khayyam, the now convicted ringleader of the fertilizer bomb plot, was radicalized at meetings of Sheikh Omar Bakri Mohammed. Oh, he's like a Hizbi, like a Hizb ut-Tahrir guy. Muhajirun while he was a sixth former in Crawley. Omar Khayyam is 25 now, which means he was 15 in 1997 when I visited a scout hut just outside Crawley and spent an evening watching Omar Bakri radicalize his young audience. He probably wasn't there that night. The Old Bailey heard that he started getting interested in radical Islam in late 1998 when he was 17. During that period of Omar Khayyam's life, he apparently supported the England football team, blah, 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 blah.
Okay, so it was a British group? Okay.
I don't know where he went. The secret jihadi, it was a scout hut. I don't know, like where, I can't remember who first called the scout hut a secret jihad training camp. It might have been Saul or me, or it might have been Omar Bakri himself. It was probably you. But we always use the terms as a bit of a joke. Back then, we never really believed that Omar Bakri's people were violent or motivated enough to actually initiate a jihad or commit acts of terrorism. Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Like, I wouldn't consider, like, Hizbis. So, again, like, just straight up, like, mischaracterization, smears, you know, like, obviously, like, you know, he's, like, kind of making a connection between, even in this article, like, to say that someone was radicalized, in this context, there's many things that could have happened, right? But anyway.
Yeah. I guess I'm trying to look at. He has a new project out called "Enter the Castle" with John Ronson. Oh, is it a stage show? I'm not sure. Yeah, he's also gotten into kind of like, he had a book called like "So You've Been Publicly Shamed" or something about sort of like online cancel culture dynamics. And I think he might have also had like a BBC. Yeah, in 2024, he had a BBC show called Things Fell Apart. And I don't know, the John Ronson's Guide to the Culture Wars and the New Yorker, you know? So I think he's gotten into this, like, just kind of, okay, like commenting on the culture wars and how people be getting canceled online now. I found
he
here...
he later says in the same article that he got brought on Fox News to talk about how he was taken to a jihad training camp.
Yeah.
When that originated as a joke. And he says during the interview they played like, you know, scare video like of, you know, the exploding hacker van, like basically the equivalent of that of like a jihad training camp. And he's like, well, that's not like the one I saw in Crawley. But like, of course, at that point, it's like, oh, so fuck this guy. Like, he sucks.
I mean, yeah, this Omar Bakri guy sounds like a character. He was like he was arrested, like all these people
and kind of are, but...
sentenced to life in prison, and blah blah blah. Yeah, I don't know, but I think he was more than happy to jump
but
on.
Also like,
no, I get it.
But he's also not like a violent terrorist, really.
Right, he just talked a lot of shit. Like,
he just talked a lot of shit. He's just like, you know.
Yeah, this is a funny from The Conversation. This is like a retrospective on them at 25 years from a couple years ago. It says, this tyrannical, shadowy elite, Ronson soon discovered, was said to launch wars and wield almost unimaginable power. It has the ability to, among other things, select and cast out the heads of state, control Hollywood and the markets and the flow of capital, and operate a harem of underage kidnapped sex slaves. How wacky, right? If there was any truth to the theory, Ronson reasoned, there must be an actual secret room, and it no, you didn't think that. Shut up. Like, you know, an actual secret room, and it had to be located somewhere. So he resolved to find it. Like, get it? He's doing a bit. Wink, wink. Like, it's just stupid. At various points, he found himself chased by men in dark glasses and surveilled from behind trees. He also managed to witness robed international chief executives participate in a bizarre effigy-burning ritual in Northern California, an experience he shared with Alex Jones, then a harmless-seeming regional radio crank from Texas. Now, 25 years on, that worldview has arguably become easier to sustain than Ronson could have imagined. Revelations surrounding figures such as Jeffrey Epstein, who did operate a network of underage girls he coerced into sexually servicing powerful men, have shown the wealthy and powerful can and do conceal serious and shocking crimes through networks of influence and privilege. But rather than confirming the existence of a secret cabal directing world events, such scandals have often been absorbed into far broader conspiracy narratives, from QAnon to claims about bloodthirsty global elites harvesting adrenochrome, further blurring sometimes porous lines between fact and fiction. The book helped to establish Ronson's distinctive investigative approach, an interest in the fringe and unusual, approach with a genuine sense of curiosity, and a refusal of easy caricature. This sensibility ran through his, work of Men Who Stare at Goats and You've Been Publicly Shamed. But them, actually, this is interesting, also propelled Alex Jones into the mainstream, which Ronson has publicly regretted. When Ronson got to know him, quote, Alex was hollering his powerful apocalyptic vision down an ISDN line from a child's bedroom in his house, with choo-choo train wallpaper and an Empire Strikes Back poster pinned on the wall. Since then, Jones, obviously built and lost an empire. Sadly, what once seemed extreme and marginal now feels depressingly routine. And now paranoia was the new common sense, blah, blah, blah. And I don't know if he, this article is just like, he's just talking about him like learning about like Bilderberg and, stuff like that at like the end of the 80s and David Icke and all these other kind of people. But it's just all so complicated that now everyone believes in it because parts of it have been sort of revealed to be true. But yeah, he's still doing this kind of very intellectually distanced kind of, and also a LOL, haha, funny kind of thing to it that I don't know if it's as appropriate in this decade as maybe it felt in the 90s and the early 2000s. But hold on one second.
Alex Jones is Bill Hicks, not joking. I've heard that before. Those are part of the same. What are you, Griffin? What were you referring to as not a spectrum? Part of the same thing. I didn't like see it in the moment. He's letting his dog back in.
All right. Yeah, I'm back.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't know. I feel like John Ronson. Yeah, people.
Yeah, he's us.
He inspired. He and Louis Theroux, have kind of inspired this kind of cheeky, fun look at the various whack jobs that populate our world and blah blah blah. But no, I think we need something a little stronger and a little more willing to engage with these things. I don't know. Beyond just like a comfortable kind of posh like media class kind of funny, I don't like it.
Yeah,
I don't like it. Oh yeah, tell that to Tim Heidecker. And his amazing Infowars parody. That's like it's so a prime example of what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Of just kind of like this people be stupid LOL like kind of stuff does not. I don't know really where it's gotten us in terms of like you feel superior, like you feel like a big smart person, but and the world is as you were told it is, because you're so smart, you went to college, everything. That's yeah. I don't even know what this upcoming project, but the castle is. It sounds incredibly vague and kind of I don't know. Not that exciting, but
no.
Yeah, I don't need this guy to describe the masculinity crisis.
Cancel culture.
He is. He's doing a Mark Fisher. Very concerned about cancel culture.
Yeah.
So
he wrote the screenplay for a Netflix film that is about a genetically modified super pig. Okay.
Is that Okja by the Bong Joon-ho movie? Yeah. This is it feels like a David Sirota gets screenwriting credit on Don't Look Up because of a tweet. And no, I think he actually wrote the screenplay for this though. Wow, a super pig. That's crazy. Oh, so wacky. I don't know.
He has 2 homes.
I'm such a hater these days.
That'd be nice. I'd like
2 homes. Wow.
Yeah,
wow.
Mind,
yeah. Good
one
for you.
In Manhattan and one in upstate New York.
Oh my. Okay. Yeah.
What's his time between the 2? Yeah, exactly. They're even in the same state. Like, come on. If you're gonna have 2 homes.
But you got to get away upstate to the country, to Westchester for the weekend. Maybe to the Hamptons.
Right.
I'm sure. Yeah, the power structure doesn't seem too
Well,
threatened
and
by his.
you know what? He has actually become, as of 2020, a naturalized American citizen, so he could be in the CIA. There you go.
All right. Mea culpa. Mea culpa.
Yeah.
Yeah. He wrote for. Did he write for Reason.com? Yeah, he's got that kind of thing that like
Probably.
Adam Curtis has it, where he's like vaguely kind of just like a pessimistic libertarian, like at the end of the day, like kind of thing. But he gets very left coded.
He adores Arsenal FC.
Oh my God, it's amazing.
Spoken of his adoration for the club Arsenal.
Good. Right. His favorite sports team. It's very important.
Yeah.
Yeah, he adores them. Anyways.
Right. He created an immersive theater production. Seems kind of like in a vein of Sleep No More.
Oh yeah.
Called Life and Trust. Oh, it was actually also produced by Immersive, which did Sleep No More.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
It required audience members to wear masks and wander freely throughout a multi-level performance space populated by largely silent performers. Okay, well, what was it about? Guests entered underground where they checked their bags and locked their cell phones in a pouch for the duration of the show. They were then led upstairs to Conwell Coffee Hall, where they were able to purchase cocktails as they waited to enter the show. Audience members were sometimes seated at tables organized into groups named after bank divisions such as stocks and bonds and mergers and acquisitions. These divisions were to help staff members determine how long guests had been waiting to be let into the show. Copies of the Gilded Net, an in-universe newspaper, were scattered around the room. These newspapers featured several articles that introduced characters and story elements, and included a guide with a picture and a brief description of each character.
Was this in New York?
Was it New York? Yeah, it ran in the bottom floors of 20 Exchange Place in Lower Manhattan.
Oh. I think I might have been to this place, but it was just operating as like a cafe. It wasn't like, like was it in like an old bank building? And there was kind of a LARPy ARG kind of quality to like there was like fake newspapers around and stuff. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I didn't realize he was
like
involved with that.
There.
Yeah, I think when around the time of our live show in New York a couple years ago, I think I went there. That's funny. I didn't know. Yeah, I didn't know John Ronson was involved in that. But kind of just like having fun with the idea of shadowy rulers, the controlling our lives, but like, coming in, John. The water's warm. Criticize our sicko elites. Maybe there is a room. Maybe it's an Esalen retreat. There's probably a room on Epstein's Island. You ever think of that? There probably was a room. Those Edge Foundation dinners. That's a room. Bilderberg. Like, I think Peter Thiel, Alex Karp. They're both like Bilderberg, full Bilderberg members. Or maybe Alex Karp might be on like the steering committee of Bilderberg now, relatively high level, along with some other people like Stacey Abrams and like Fareed Zakaria. They are deciding things in that room that are bad. They're deciding to support genocides in some of these rooms, so I wouldn't, it's not so funny. They're building a panopticon in those rooms. Yeah. Like these things, you don't have to fully buy Alex Jones's shtick or any of those other wacky groups that make it so comfy for you to discount, like throw the baby out with the bathwater. There's almost like an urge to like find the wackiest expression of people that believe there's like a sinister elite that are, running the world in a bad way. There's a relief to find like a wacky LARPer thing where it's like, it doesn't really matter. I think it's like intellectually comforting to people like John Ronson's like audience, and to him probably.
Definitely.
It's a nice little lane where he doesn't have to risk too much.
It's kind of like it's one of those, this is a psychological projection where you see people be like, well, the reason why people believe in these conspiracy theories is because they make everything simple and they're comforting. And it's like, like, again, like it has to do with like this sort of category of conspiracy theory, which obviously is like, completely unstable, and like there's no coherent definition of it.
Right.
That actually like applies to the way people use it. It just basically means like, whatever I consider to be ridiculous, but like,
wacky believe it's not real.
Yeah, right. But like you know, well, that aside, like everyone like uh, has beliefs that are comforting, and certainly like a lot of the beliefs of like isn't the whole stereotype about people who believe in quote unquote conspiracy theories that they are paranoid and
Like unstable. You're a
yeah,
schizo.
that they
Yeah,
like live
yeah.
in mental torment because they feel
Right.
like they're out to get them.
Like the
So it
it's
doesn't make any
always
sense.
sunny
Yeah,
corkboard like gif that people always post of like crazy
yeah,
guy. Like, it's seen as like a
yeah,
form of mental illness, but at the same time it's comforting psychologically. Which one is it? Which one is it, Ermers?
yeah.
Like, like but they just love to it's comfy for them. They don't have to think about they can everything they learn in college is totally true. Their favorite,
Yeah.
they can
I mean, that type of person is like really the person who like reads John Ronson books. I think is like the ultimate like comfort seeking mentality. Like really, like
yeah, yeah, if you read it and then
yeah, like the
stop
books they
there,
have like large print. They're like short chapters. Like,
punchy, everything's popified.
yeah, they're funny.
Yeah, they're always
They're like
funny.
goofy little stories. They explain like huge phenomena in like a real, like a really reductive way, a really simplistic
They
way.
teach you to laugh at
Um,
potentially scary
I don't
things.
know. Yeah, but
Yeah,
yeah,
it just
I don't know. Yeah,
and
like
nothing else matters. Nothing. You can't do
yeah,
anything about
I
it.
don't think. Yeah, I mean, you can really tell like when um something is truth seeking versus comfort seeking. It's really a vibe,
I like that spectrum.
like
I like that scale of truth seeking to comfort, because it's not necessarily lies, but it's like comfort.
yeah.
I think that is, nobody and very few people go
Yeah.
seeking
And it doesn't mean
lies, but
that
they
like
seek comfort.
comforting things don't have their place or whatever,
Right, right.
like I'm on a couch right now, like this is a good thing. This is it's valuable to have comfortable furniture, right? Like or it's like to maybe a better example is like a night, to read an amusing book or something that brings comfort or to listen to
Yeah,
a
yeah,
podcast like that can bring comfort or something, right? Like but
for sure.
those things have their place, but like it's important to like know what category something falls into,
Right. A lot of people are
um
eating sugar thinking it's vegetables. Eating pure
yeah,
sugar thinking it's vegetables, and that can
yeah,
get a little like that can get a little troublesome.
yeah,
Because then you're just eating sugar and it's sus. Yeah.
yeah,
But anyways, oh yeah, we have the very last question here. This is going to be a punt. I think we brought it up maybe with the last call-in we had. But Bean Baby on December 27th, 2022 asked, "Hey yo, first time on the Discord, long time listener. Wondering if the pod has ever done a dive into the quirky little book, A Course in Miracles, by Columbia psychologist Helen Schuchman, who believes to have scribed the text from the words of God himself while her professor was doing self-proclaimed MK Ultra research, and then later working as a part-time psychology researcher at Travis Air Force Base in California. Just seems way too SJ pilled not to be explored. Thanks, love you." And that's the last question of 2022. And yes, Bean Baby, we've brought it up recently. We should do A Course in Miracles Sus
yeah,
episode soon. Obviously, it launched the career of Marianne Williamson, the Orb Queen, perennial presidential candidate, and heavily hyped by Oprah. Very much came out of like or was embraced early on by like the Esalen crowd, and presented often like. I feel like they really downplay like the "it was channeled by God" part, and are just like, this is like a human potential,
yeah,
like new age
for
beautiful
sure.
text, and yeah, exactly. Like it's not like a channeling text, and then the how Marianne Williamson kind of was able to ride it. I don't know exactly. It's kind of impressive to take a channel text like that and then ride it to becoming like a national self-help celebrity. But I'm sure there's a lot there, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Hold on, let me see my
No,
dog one more
that would
time,
be
and
a
we'll
good
we'll get out of here.
Well, actually, mine is like demanding his walk. He's like glaring at me and doing his tail wag. So, and there's no one else to take him because my fiance's sick. So with the illness that I had during our Secret Machine Music episode. So, Okay, I guess you weren't heeding that that let's wrap it up concern. But all right.
All right. Well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, we will do that episode, and that's yeah, we did it. We got 2022 goodbye at last.
Yeah. 2023.
Yeah.
It's coming up.
Yeah, 2023.
Right.
It's about to get wild next time we come back to this shit. You know it will be.
Yeah. Word.
But yeah. Thanks for tuning in, y'all. We'll be back on Monday. Oh yeah, the dogs. Both our dogs are ready to go. Yeah.
He's really ready.
So yeah, we'll be back on Monday on patreon.com/subliminaljihad, and I will be finishing the next chapter of Demon Forces 6, The Murder of Yugoslavia, that now probably early next week, I think, will be dropping. So, get on that Demon Forces tier if you want to hear that first. But yeah, we'll see you on Monday. But until then, dear listeners, stay vigilant.
Peace.